morning, everyone. So I'm gonna do a little bit of jerky before we start. Caitlin will be on at 11. It'll be just me putting on some jerky. We're gonna watch it, take a look at it, just chill, relax, and enjoy the time. We're gonna head outside and watch when that thing's ready to go. I have to wait till it's about 160 degrees before I put the jerky on. I have to wait till the grill's about 165 degrees to put the jerky on, and then we'll get that going. The first batch will be a new type. It is a hot honey. So I'm gonna do, it's a hot sauce marinated jerky, and then when it's finished, I'm going to make a honey with a little bit of chili flake, and we're gonna brush that on top. It'll be really nice. Morning scat, amp sand, going up the mountain to Reno, Kimmer's Brewery, Viewn. JK and Proud Grandpa first in today. Okay, let's go outside. The Traeger gets a little smoky when it first starts, just to get the pellets ignited. And then after that, it gets a little less when you're doing about 350, 400 degrees, but we want the smoke today. But currently you can see how it's still like a thick white-ish smoke. That's no good for smoking. You want it to be a bluish tinge in color and not as thick. No, you're early. Well, I'm early. We got about another 100 degrees before this is even ready. So we got about 10 minutes, probably 15 minutes. So I'll wait inside for that. How is the construction on the mic? You guys pick that up? Or is it not really bothersome? Let's actually go take a look at this grill. Hey look, we're at 156. It's time. Okay, I'll go get the beef, come back out, and we'll get this thing loaded up. Wash my hands. Yeah, Caitlin and I finished off the 12 I have round yesterday and got them all sliced. I think it'll be really good. I've had 4 of my friends request it, Bonk, so I think some people want it. And if I can make it really good, I'll bonus to me and my friends. I'll give you a look-see of the meat. Here's the meat all marinated. Should be good. Yeah, I'm gonna try to leave it a bit more moist than I normally do. I'm just gonna refresh this page to catch up to where we are. There. Okay, let's get this in. Give a little bit of a scrape off to the grill grate. It's just a little dusty from the pellets. So I put 2 cups of hot sauce, 1 cup of soy sauce, 1 tablespoon of pickling or curing salts, and that's it. There's about 2 I have round cut up. I'm really looking forward to this one. And the next one everybody wants me to do is a pepper jerky. The smell is really good. Next one. the smell of our hot sauce. At like 1 o'clock, we should be trying our first piece. Ow! That corner was a little more hot than the rest of the grate. There'll probably be 2 loads for the jerky, so it should be done by 6 o'clock tonight. Shouldn't be too long of a day. And then we'll marinate the other batch of jerky into teriyaki. And then the next day we'll do one more batch of jerky and Vietnamese. Like peppercorn, yeah. What Long said. Today we have a chipotle buffalo and honey. Thanks, Amsand. Hey, one grill filled. Wash my hands and come back out and close the grill. We gotta close the grizzle. We gotta close the grizzle. Alright, close up, we'll check that in an hour. We'll turn on super smoke. We'll clean up our little mess that we made. Rest of the beef back in the fridge. And ta-da! So we'll let that chill. 2 hours, we'll go check it. We'll keep you guys updated while Caitlin's streaming today. I sell the jerky for $8 per 100 grams, so 80 bucks a kilo. I heard the Dr. Pepper jerky was supposed to be really good spookum. I've seen it more than once so far. Yeah, guys, enjoy the hummingbirds, the grill, the music. I don't want to leave my mic outside today just because of the amount of construction going on. Or you really have a fun time listening to these hummingbirds. Unless you think it's not too bad, then I can leave my apron outside with the mic. Your call. You tell me what you want me to do. I think it's a little too loud out here. Oh, really? Do you hear the plane and the helicopters? There's a lot of stuff going on right now. Here, I'll leave my mic out here then. Take my apron off. I'll listen inside as well. If something comes in that's super loud, I'll get my mic. check the jerky. What we got? How's it looking? So it's just starting to dry, I guess. It's gonna be a bit. Let me close it up.
Hello, hello. We made it, friends. Hummingbird on a stick a la carte. DJ Ashlita, what is going on? Whoa, it's like super yellow in here today. I don't know why. I think it's because of my blue shirt. Yeah, good morning, Bonk. Good morning, friends. Everyone that came in here early to hang out with Sammy, thank you very much for that. Hope you're all doing well today. Got lots and lots of people. I don't think I can go through the whole list. Hi, Kimmers. Hi, Orca. We got Mama Sueg, Soft Taco Cat. What is cooking? Well, currently we actually do have beef jerky cooking on the Traeger, or a low and slow smoking away there. It'll take a couple hours to finish and dry it out, and we're actually just gonna start on our lunch. Hermit, have I ever made a barbecue pulled pork and pineapple sandwich before? No. Never done it with pineapple, but that's a good idea. And we're actually doing a pulled pork sandwich tomorrow on stream, so that's so funny that you asked that. Yeah, we're gonna be cooking it outside on the big green egg, smoking it for probably 12 hours. So long. The torture. Hi, Mish. How are you doing? No. And hi to Daff. Who else? We missed Logan. We got BB Bubs hanging. Logan had a 7-month resub, so thank you for that, my dude, if you're still watching. All right, done with the scrolling. So, been so far so good this morning. I did up a couple of lists because we do have some orders going out the door today. So, food for friends today. We have 6 of the chicken curry casseroles leaving the house, and only 2 desserts. So it's actually not that bad of a day at all. Really, really simple. And tomorrow is like even easier. Only 2 pork sandwiches going out. Yeah, that's it. It kind of feels nice, Bonk. I think the universe is just like, guys, now you can take a break this weekend, because last weekend was insane. So I am definitely okay with how things are going. And yeah, we have pickups at 5, 5:15, and 5:30. So they're all really nice and close together too, which is wonderful. And yes, Melfina, that is the Matheson cookbook back there. Yeah, of course pizza's popular, right? So this is what we're cooking out of today for both menu items that I picked. I thought it would be fitting to choose both the main course and our little dessert to go along with it today out of this book. And if you're new here, we did just do a full read through of this book. What was it, chat? 3 weeks ago already? Pretty sure. We did community pots and pans, so the channel point redemption for 1,000,000 points. Everyone contributed. And yeah, we did a read through of this. It took us 2 Sundays back to back, and it is a nice 2-part book. It was really fun to read through. So this book, how it's set out is the first half of it is all about his memories of growing up and all of his different sides of the family. So he goes through both of his different sides of parents for family recipes and stories, as well as his wife. So his wife's recipes as well as his wife's parents. So it's really, really good, the first half. And then the second half is all about going through culinary school and then starting to open up restaurants in Toronto. So yes, pretty famous Canadian chef there. And I was so happy to see that when I went to get the cookbook link for you guys, if you want to pick it up for yourself, it's half off right now. So it's $18 only to buy from $35. I mean, when I originally got this, it was $35 for the hardcover. So yeah, there it is, Orca. Thank you for posting that up. Like I said, right now it's about half off. So winner, winner, chicken dinner, I would say. I will also say though, I was able to find the links for both of the recipes that we're going to use today. They were online. So if you can't quite afford this, we do still have the links to share with you in chat. It's a huge book. Like, what is this? How many pages? And the other thing I really, really love about the book is it has mostly all pictures to go with the recipes. So yeah, like 290 pages in here. So good. So here's the first one. And thank you for that, Bonk. So yeah, this kind of sold me just looking at the photo, right? Broccoli, chicken, cheddar, curry casserole. So we're gonna be doing those in Lloyd pans today. We're gonna do 2 full Lloyd pans worth. I think that will be good. We'll butcher up 2 chickens to go into there. Obviously cut up our broccoli. And then I know the link for the coffee cake says Blackberry, but I absolutely refuse to I refuse to buy blackberries because we can pick them for free here. So I just switched it out for blueberry instead because that's also delicious. It looks cheesy.
75%.
You've only seen him do the bologna bowls out of it, which are so easy, hey Melfina? And you think the butter chicken. Yeah, there is a video if we want to watch him make it. He did it at Gosney, which is like a wood-fired oven spot. So yeah, there is a good little YouTube video that he does. But here, let me find the blackberry coffee cake recipe, which we're doing blueberry today, and I'll also mark that page for myself. 78 and 79. Not that far apart, actually. Yum. So here's the other thing that we're gonna make today, and like I said, we're just gonna switch out the blackberries for blueberries. It seemed like a very easy recipe too. I think I'm just gonna stick this in the book, our little reservation list, and that's where we're gonna start, is with the blackberry coffee cake, because I always like to do my desserts first just in case anything crazy happens and it doesn't turn out. Don't want to be stressing at the end being like, oh my gosh, now there's no dessert. If it was cauliflower instead of broccoli, it's a 5C dish. Yeah, imagine, Orca. Curry, chicken, cauliflower, and cheese casserole. Say that one 5 times fast. Yeah, push the last 25%, Bonk. I'm getting excited. There's so many little Lego sets to choose from. And I've never cooked a whole ostrich, but good question, DJ Ashlita. Yep, solid question there. Ever cooked a whole ostrich, Kate? Nope, not yet at least. Not yet. Okay, so like I said, first things first, we will do the coffee cake, and then just to give it a little oomph, I was like, I don't want to serve it with cream because the casserole's pretty creamy and heavy on its own. So why don't we do up a simple poppy seed and lemon glaze to put on the cake after it comes out. It's not part of the recipe, but that's just how we make it our own. So that's what we're gonna do with the cake, and then that is done, complete. There's only 2 of those leaving. Then we're gonna work into butchering 2 whole chickens so that we can get both chicken breast meat and chicken leg meat for the casserole. And then after that, we can work on dicing up the broccoli and grating the cheese for it. And then there's a part of the recipe where you mix whipping cream with some cream cheese, and that's like the really creamy part of the casserole. And then for the garnish for the dish, kind of freshens it all up with some sliced green onions, chopped cilantro, and lime juice at the end. And so because Bonk is actually the one that requested this, so the real Bonkman saved up 75,000 pots and pans points and requested me to make this casserole for him today. The only thing he specified was that it should be chicken and rice. So what we're gonna do for the casserole is we're going to switch out the hash browns for rice. And I think that will work great. We might have to cook it just a little bit longer, but I think it will be fine. Like the casserole itself should bake for about half an hour, and the rice should cook up in that liquid. And that's the thing, Bond. Yeah, save up your own pots and pans points to do the same. All you gotta do is watch the channel. Watch the show, friends. Save up those points. It doesn't cost you anything monetarily, and it's really fun for me to always try out different stuff that you guys ask for. What about an ostrich egg, Melfina? Where does one even find one? So you can probably find ostrich eggs at specialty grocers by you. I know that when we were in Vancouver, there was a couple times where we had the option of buying an ostrich egg, or you have to go find a farm. Like we sourced out an emu farm here and went on a tour. This is a couple years back already, and did like a whole video, which honestly I still want to edit up if I can get all of the content for it still. But it was really, really fun. And yeah, emu eggs are delish. Hello, Hunter's Larder. Welcome back. Good to see you. Same with Indoctrinated, a long way to go. Hey, all you gotta do, even if you're not around to watch, just pop the stream up. Just pop it up there. The cheesy chicken and rice casserole I like to make has all the ingredients pretty much pre-cooked. So the bake is just to get the cheese all melty and yummy. That's another way to do it, bonk, for sure. Is like to kind of par cook that rice and then just mix it in. I'll think about it. I'll think about it when we get closer to the end. We'll kind of see how the chicken ends up cooking and all of this coming together. Because yeah, I've never made this recipe before. And then the last thing at the end of the day, or whenever Goldilocks decides that it's time for her to be used, we're gonna mix up some ciabatta sourdough dough for tomorrow's stream for the pulled pork buns, because I love pork on fresh ciabatta buns. What is the most exotic ingredient we cooked with? All of us? Melfina says frog legs. I'm trying to think. I don't know. I haven't really done anything too crazy from that. Like, is an emu egg exotic? Maybe, right? I've done alligator before. I've never done kangaroo. I think Sam might have done kangaroo. But yeah, that's pretty much it, I would say. Oh, nice. Yeah, I guess not thinking about like meats and stuff like that. Ordered saffron from Afghanistan. Nice. I'm sure that cost a pretty penny. Hey? Okay, cheers, friends. Everyone that is hanging with us today, I hope the day has treated you well so far. Also, happy Friday. We made it through the week. All right, coffee cake time. What does Matty say? Blueberry coffee cake, serves 12, prep time 1 hour. Yeah, I got my spring turkey today. Not exotic, but still wild. Like, you got it yourself, Hunter? Saffron would be the ingredient back when you were getting Blue Apron shipments. Yup. Okay, Matty says, in Fredericton, where Grampy was chief of police for many, many years, my grandparents had this beautiful home at the back of a cul-de-sac. When I was a kid, I thought it was a mansion. Yeah, everything always feels so massive, hey, when you're small, if you remember that. It had big white pillars, and they had blue carpets, really nice furniture, and everything was so perfect. Doilies and art everywhere. Everything was always so nice and clean. I'm not saying we had a messy house or that we lived in a shack, but there were 4 kids in our house, always smashing things up. Aw, that sounds awesome. Called him in, had a great morning hunting. And me too, Hunter. That's why specifically I wanted to read through this book with everyone, because the stories that Matty shares to go with the recipe kind of really get that feeling of the dish, right? So he says, my grandparents had a backyard that seemed to go on forever, where my brothers and I would play with our wooden toy guns. At the edge of the yard was a giant blackberry bush that was often used as a hiding spot from my 2 brothers rather than the culinary treasure that it actually was. Their house always smelled so good. I can still smell the coffee cake coming out of the oven and cooling by the back window. I can see my mother, my Auntie Iris, and my sister playing some card game, my dad, Uncle Frank, and Grampy watching the Expos on TV, and my brothers and me running around everyone trying to get their attention. Definitely reminds me of some family get-togethers when I was younger. Newfie Snipes, thanks for that follow. Welcome. Possible fellow Canadian, I may ask? Matty says, I didn't include a lot of desserts in this book because I don't like to bake. But this cake is super easy and it means a lot to me. So we know, Matty says he doesn't like to bake, but put this recipe in the book, so obviously it's a good one. And yeah, I've just been eyeing it up because it looks so dang good. And I thought it would be cool to try and switch out the berry because it's not blackberry season here yet. We might luck out before we leave at the end of June to get some. I guess we'll see. But yeah, like I said, I can't justify buying blackberries here where we live because we can pick them for free literally in our backyard. So let's get into it. He says preheat the oven to 350 Fahrenheit and then butter an 8-inch round cake pan and dust with flour. So I'm just gonna do this in the 8x8 square Pyrex pan instead, because I don't have a very tall cake pan and this cake looks like it bakes up pretty tall. I just don't want it to go over the edge. And then once that's prepped up, so we whisk together the dry ingredients, and then in another bowl we whisk together the wet ingredients. So we don't need a mixer at all for this either, which I totally love. No stand mixer involved, yes. So we're treating it like a quick bread, which means you got your dry ingredients in one big bowl, your wet ingredients in the smaller bowl, you put your wet into your dry, mix it until it's incorporated, and it's good to go. Blackberries are probably frozen or imported if we buy them now, for sure. For sure, Orca. Grown somewhere in a greenhouse, probably California, I would say. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my Pyrex. And he says butter and flour it. Or you could also do sugar on the outside if you wanted like some extra crunch. So I'm gonna grab some cold butter from the fridge. I'm just gonna take a little nub of it. Cut a little nubby off. And then kind of use that to just mash around and coat the pan. So just something like this. And you literally just, will probably be good with that amount anyways. Just rub it around until it looks like everything is nice and coated, and the heat from your hands will eventually get it melting as well. Definitely up the side here, because like I said, it looks like the cake bakes up nice and tall. Oh, no stickage there. And discard those little nubs that are falling apart. Just need a little bit more in some of these corners. And then yeah, we just do a little sprinkling of flour inside, and then we tap it around. Okay, I think that looks good. Maybe a bit more on this side. Boom, boom, boom. Just place that back on there because you should have had clean hands while doing that. Wild blackberries are so much better, Bonk. Yeah. We did notice a difference in them. I think it was last year when we didn't have a ton of rain. Is they weren't as nice as some previous years. They didn't get as big. Hi, Lauren. No worries. Please don't apologize for being late. Life happens. We know it. We're just happy when you do pop by. Physically not feeling too great, so you're all cuddled up and watching. Well, sending you love and good vibes, Lauren. Virtual hug too. And yeah, thanks for popping by. I hope that we can make you feel a little bit better, right? This is gonna be so good. I'm also making the coffee cake early so I can eat it sooner. Okay, so probably that for flour is enough. Really small amount. And then like I said, we just kind of tap it around the pan. So I'm gonna go just over to the sink to do this so I don't make a mess. Just tap it around until it looks like it has one like nice even layer of flour. We don't want it clumped up at all either. Definitely get the edges. Until it looks like that, and then there's just a little excess there that I'll put back in the bin. Give it a little taparoo. And now our pan is floured and buttered and good to go. So we can just pop that to the side until we're ready for it. Let's get out all the ingredients that we need for this. Aw, thanks, Lauren. I'm glad to hear it. And yeah, I'm just gonna look off of the recipe that I linked for you guys because it's easier than me trying to hold that book open. I'm gonna post those for myself too. Doot, 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 doot. Next one, whisk together flour, sugar, baking powder, baking soda, and salt. So let's get our 2 bowls out that we're gonna need. The bigger bowl always has the dry ingredients into it because we mix the wet in. So we need to leave enough space for all of that. Let's get those ingredients. Sugar, sugar. There is eggs in here as well as sour cream. We need some, so I'm gonna leave the lemon zest for on top of the cake. Also a tablespoon of brandy in here. What do I feel like putting instead of that? Maybe just a little bit of lemon gin. Would that be weird? I mean, we're going like lemon blueberry with it. Could be good. That, the butter. Yeah, like there's not even any butter in the cake. Very interesting. Okay, ready? So we need 1 3/4 cups of flour. It is nice, he also gives gram measurements for this too. So 1 3/4 cups of flour. There's 3 cups of berries in this, which is quite a bit. No skimp in there, that's for sure. There we go. Yeah, Orca, no butter. Maybe we don't need it. It's true. Well, hey, if there's no butter in the cake, that means we can just put some on top, right? Just grabbing a teaspoon. We need a teaspoon and also a 1/4 teaspoon. So 2 teaspoons of the baking powder. This will help it leaven and rise. Baking soda, a 1/4 teaspoon. Need some salt. Oh, I'm surprised no one asked what's in the big red pot on the back of the stove, but maybe you already know that it's beef stock from yesterday. So 1/4 teaspoon of salt as well. Yeah, we had to smell the beef stock cooking all night. It woke me up at 4 a.m. It's like, whew, what is that? Okay, and just the sugar, we need 1 cup of sugar. We'll just use a spatula to mix that all together. Ooh, sounds good, Scat. Off to work, hope to lurk. I hope you have a good, safe ride. And yeah, hopefully we hear from you soon. now he says make a well. So once this is all nicely mixed up, we just push the dry ingredients away from the center to create room to hold the wet ingredients when we pour it in. And it just mixes in a lot easier that way. So we'll just post that to the side for now. Let's grab our other bowl. Just like with the pasta dough, exactly. Exactly, Orca. So now whisk together eggs, sour cream, vanilla, brandy. Forgot the vanilla. I think I'm just gonna add a little bit of the rhubarb syrup instead of the brandy. That way it's not too dry. Strawberry rhubarb syrup. I'm in. The serious people, thank you for the follow. And yeah, I do like mixing up my eggs together first. So 3 large eggs. I'll choose the 3 smaller duck eggs, which looks to be those ones. Yeah, that looks a good size. Get those babies cracked in. Every time I see people advertising duck eggs now, everyone just keeps saying how good they are for baking. And I couldn't agree more. I really couldn't. Just makes stuff a little bit more rich. And then I feel like the whites have a good structure to them too, compared to chicken eggs. I believe they do, Mish. The only thing that I know, they stop laying in the winter when it gets cooler. But they only stopped for, I think it was about a month. Kind of dwindled off when we got that hit of snow and the ducks were just like, nope, no eggs for you. But now it's quite a bit, I would say. Some chickens do that too, so yeah, probably same but different, right? Let's grab a whisk to whip this up nice and creamy. Yeah, I cannot wait to be able to have ducks. Ducks and chimpkins. Hey, Faye for Pay. Hope you are well. Yeah, you're just in time. The only thing we're switching out is the blackberries. We're switching out for blueberries because I refuse to buy blackberries in an area where I can just pick them for free in my backyard. And because it's not quite blackberry season yet, blueberry it is. The next best thing. Okay, there's our whipped eggs. We need some sour cream, 3/4 cup. And I do know that sour cream is a good sneaky ingredient to use when you are doing sweet baking, as it keeps the moisture inside of your cake. So I'm gonna use this cup measurement. So I just pulled it down there to the 3/4 cup mark, and that way I can just push it out and not worry about scraping out of a regular measuring cup. It's my fave. Is the casserole done, Newfie? No. Yeah, we just started cooking half an hour ago, and I always start with the baking first. Wildcat, thanks for the follow. Okay, let's stir this up nice and smooth first. Yeah, we're gonna get the cake baking and into the oven, and then we'll start doing our chicken butchery first for the casserole. And then get into the broccoli and the cheese, and then bring everything together. And it's just a quick little bake up. heat everything through and get it bubbling, ooey gooey, cheesy. Yeah, it made me very excited though with the amount of people that wanted this casserole today. It's like, thanks for making my life easy. Wow, I have like just enough sour cream. This is great. If I scrape that off. Perfect. Cheese is so good, Orca. We love cheese. Yes, we do. Okay, pop that into there. Scrape off the bottom with your whisk. Done and done, and we'll mix the sour cream into the whipped eggs. Nice and smooth, as well as the vanilla and the bit of syrup in place of the brandy. Brandy is like such an old school thing to have in the house for desserts. Might pay off to invest in a bottle. I was just thinking about that because it is nice. I don't mind it at all. So vanilla time, I do a vanilla bean paste instead of the liquid. I really, really like the quality of this. Curry is amazing, Newfie. Want to try it? Make some instead of using VQ sauce. Oh, this one will probably blow your mind compared to the store-bought sauce for sure. Yeah, there's curry paste, onion, garlic, ginger in it. All good fresh stuff. And good morning, Dust. How are you feeling today? Kind of getting back into the swing of things. Let's do a teaspoon of the vanilla. And then how much of this syrup do I do? A tablespoon of the syrup. Yum. Smells so, so good. Very fruity, so I thought that would be good. Yum. Could add some interesting color as well. Settling back in. Yeah, I wonder if you can find it. I know there was a couple of American viewers who were able to find it and get it shipped to them, and they were very, very happy about that. Okay, just double checking we have everything. We got the flour, sugar, baking powder, soda, and salt in here. We got our eggs, sour cream, vanilla, brandy in there. We just need 3 cups of our berries, and then we can mix this all together. Let's mix this up. Oh, that went like such a weird color because of the vanilla and then the syrup too. So that's good. Bring this front and center. So we pour the wet into the dry. And you can use either frozen or fresh fruit for this recipe, which is also why I really liked it. Because that means you can kind of make it all year round, because berries aren't always in season. Just gonna grab those blueberries from the freezer and measure them out for us. The bloopers. And then I'm gonna get the oven on too, since the Traeger has jerky in it. No Traeger cooking today. Yeah. Whole lot of jerky. I'm so excited for this variety orca. The marinade smelled so delish when we mixed it up yesterday. Okay, so remember, before we mix all of this up, we want to make sure that our baking pan is prepared. So we rubbed butter around all of it, bottom and all the sides, and then we just tapped flour around to give it a nice even coating, and that will help the cake not stick at all. Yeah, like I'm very excited to do the hot honey glaze on top of the jerky after. Like the really interesting thing about honey is it has some antibacterial properties, so it could be a really interesting ingredient to use with jerky, right? Almost has like a built-in preservation agent. Okay, so I'm just loosely mixing this right now, not being too rough with it. And now that we're at this point, seems like we got kind of half and half mixed through with the dry and the wet. I'm gonna pop the berries into here. And notice how I didn't pull the frozen berries out ahead of time, because then as they would start to thaw, then you would be starting to mix all of those juices around in your coffee cake, and that's how sometimes it turns out gray instead of the cake having the nice kind of white crumb with just the berries studded throughout. So that's why I did it that way. And yeah, this is a very healthy amount of berries for the cake. Cake to berry ratio, very good. And yeah, now we're just gonna mix this until everything looks incorporated, and we totally do not want to overmix. We know that when we're making quick breads, if we overmix and get it to the point where everything is very smooth and loose, you're gonna have a tough cake. And that doesn't sound good. I was gonna say that this cake batter probably is pretty dense when we mix it up. Yeah, see how we're getting the blue streaks already? Go, go, go. Although I don't mind it. Sometimes it turns out, if you don't mix it too much up, it kind of looks like tie-dye. Okay, that looks good. There's no sneaky dry bits in the middle here. Let's grab our pan. Source your honey from local. It does help with allergies. Yes, yes. And yeah, a lot of the commercial honey is just cut with corn syrup. Like, what the heck? Okay, I'm just gonna go for the pour. I think that will be easier than trying to scoop it out. Scraping all the goodness from the bottom of the bowl. Yeah, I can get behind this recipe. That was really easy to make. Kind of distribute it into the corners. We'll scrape off our spatula. Don't waste any of the batter. Just kind of give it a little smooth out. But then I think the heat of the oven will do the rest for us. So let's let that be. Yeah, that looks good. Very dense and delicious looking. Get these bowls soaking so they're not a pain to wash later. Hi, powdered toast. Anytime you travel anywhere, you try to get some honey from the state you're going to so you don't get travel allergies. Travelergies. I like it. Travelergies. You also make tea with it for a few weeks beforehand. Yeah, usually winter time I make this like ginger, honey, and lemon tea a bunch. It helped us this last winter. Not really get any sickness at all. Gotta love that. Okay, So that's all good to go. Yummy coffee cake studded with blueberries. So while it's baking, we can work on mixing up the glaze. The oven just has a couple minutes to keep heating up. Let's grab out some poppy seeds, and then I'll grab a lemon from the fridge, and then we just need some icing sugar for the glaze. Coffee cake without coffee? Oh, I got the coffee, Orca. We're prepared here today. Other thing I'm gonna do is just a quick little cleanup with some things that we have out, like the flour, baking soda, all of that goodness. Actually seems like it's not super hot outside today, which is nice. It's kind of chilly, Sammy.
Yeah.
Oh. Hello, Shamrock Gaming BC. And hi, Mickey. How are you? Hi, friends. Happy Friday to both of you. Okay, that's good. Booty boo. This glaze is gonna make you pucker up. It'll be really good with the cake, I think. So, are you excited? Sam got a sneaky chill. Okay, so since we're gonna zest up the lemon for the glaze, let's give it a wash. A rinse up. We don't know where it's been. Also like coffee cake when you do the like crumble on top of it. So nom. Have you ever done fajitas on stream? I think we have, Faye.
Once.
I think we did it once. I was gonna say with this little hot plate that I have. So I picked up one of these when we were actually traveling in New York with the stream, as one of our viewers wanted us to get this. So it's like that typical hot plate that you see and smell, first of all, sizzling through the restaurant when the server brings it out. So yeah, we did fajitas. I think they were flank steak and roasted pepper. Really good. But we can do them again because yeah, it's been a while. All right, so the oven says it's hot and ready. We call that a fajita plate. Well, there we go, Bonk. Fajita, hot plate, I don't know what else to call it. Either of those works.
Sizzle pan.
Okay, I'm pretty sure Matty said 1 hour for this. Yes. Bake about an hour until golden brown and the cake tester comes out clean, or we know in our experience that we use a thermometer. And if the thermometer reads 190 Fahrenheit or higher, we know that the baking is all done. So I'll set a half an hour timer. And I also know that I have a bunch of pans in here to take out, my cast irons. Let's do that first and then carry on. Big Blue. The Big Blue Stob. Whew. Everything is hot. And we will pop that in the middle rack of the oven. Should bake nice and even. Timer, half an hour. Away we go. Okay, first thing on the list is crossed off. Woohoo! And hi, Tony, how are you doing? Welcome in. Sammy, you found the fajita VOD?
Yep.
Nice. Thank you for posting that. Yeah, our Tex-Mex day. Perfect. Okay, coffee cake off of the list. Next thing, lemon poppy seed glaze for it. So we need 3 things for that. Lemon zest and juice, poppy seeds, and icing sugar. Just gonna get a little bowl to mix everything in. Let's start with the lemon zest. Hello, Vit Joker, how are you? And all I'm gonna do, so just go along with my microplane zester. We just want the really nice yellow part of the zest. We don't want any of the white stuff because that is bitter. Really nice fresh lemon. And yeah, I always find come springtime that I always crave more lemon sort of influenced dishes. Yesterday was our lemon and pea risotto. Today we're doing our lemon poppy seed glaze on the coffee cake. And we do know that blueberry and lemon is a good combo as well. That should be a good bit for that cake. A tablespoon worth of zest. Scrape all that goodness out. So zesty. The sound of zesting is really calming. And then also I was gonna say, like, if you're the one zesting, the smell, like my fingers are just coated in the lemon oil right now. Hi, Mess in the Kitchen, welcome back. I spy some Western family, yet best no-name brand on earth. I agree with you. Why? Because Save On Foods was my first ever job stocking shelves when I was 14. Best job ever, I loved it. And hi Cookie, happy Friday to you. I hope you're good. Thank you for the shout out as well for Mess in the Kitchen. So guys, that's who we went and rated yesterday and checked out. And then we also found out afterwards that she's a fellow Canadian. So cheers to that. Making new friends. Yeah, our fingers are flammable. Careful, toast. Fire roasted tomato salsa is insane. Oh, I will have to check it out then. Yeah, of all the like no-name grocery brands, Western Family is where it's at. Okay, so to loosen up any extra juices, I like to just roll the lemon on the board. Yeah, cheers, eh? Cheers to that, friend. Let's get our juicer. And then I think I'll have to cut this one end off because it just won't fit in the juicer. Massive lemon today, but also nice to see that it's actually juicy. Mess in the Kitchen, how did all of your stuff turn out yesterday? I was eyeing up your potato gratin. Okay, get that out. No seeds allowed. That seems like a good amount of lemon juice to start, so we can just hang on to that for later. Don't want the glaze to be too runny, right? Mess in the Kitchen is crushing. She was. I was so happy that we rated yesterday. It's like I've never experienced this stream before. Let's see what it's all about. So I'm gonna do for the poppy seeds. And if I do half a tablespoon, that should be lots, right? A little bit of poppy seed goes a long way. I almost just poured it everywhere. Yeah, half a tablespoon. That looks good. All of the opiates. What? What is happening? Took forever to get started, but you managed to finish up after only about 7.5 hours. I love to hear it. And good for you for streaming that long, because yeah, takes some effort for sure. Yeah, we can always add more if needed. Exactly, Orca. Oh, that's awesome to hear. I'm happy that we went and rated. Gotta support the new peeps. Okay, I'm just gonna mix in the icing sugar with a spoon and then a whisk. Just do little spoonfuls at a time. I kind of mash it up before I scoop it out so there's not much lumps either. Probably need to start with 2 of those. Maybe more. Okay, maybe we started with a mass amount of lemon juice in here. It's really deceiving though, when you go to make a glaze. Glazes, not my strong suit. I'm also trying to get all the lumpies out. Once we get this proper though, it'll look really good, drizzled over. Also, if there's extra glaze, we could always cut up the pieces of cake and glaze them individually. Distribute more glaze over everything. We've got options. It just keeps getting runnier, fam. What's this all about? Okay, maybe we're making some headway here. All of it powdered, all of the glaze. Hello, do you have glaze? Because I will take all of it. This probably freezes well, right? Could freeze pretty well after it's mixed. If it's just lemon zest, juice, poppy seed, and sugar, I could see that. We're getting there for consistency. I do like when the glaze is able to harden up a little bit though, after you pour it, rather than staying like sticky. I think just a touch more. And we also gotta taste this. I'm hoping that the lemon juice will balance out the sweetness of the sugar. Holy, were you doing hot peppers or jelly beans? Yeah, ouch. Oh, it was hot sauce, Reaper sauce. Insane. The things we do for chat. Okay, I think I might stop there. That seems pretty good. Also, just looking in the bowl, it doesn't look clear anymore. It's got a bit of cloudiness to it. No lumps allowed though. That's all why I just keep stirring and stirring, just mashing them against the side of the bowl. There we go. All right, I'm just gonna go for a little dip and a taste. Definite pucker worthy still. Whew. The lemon juice got me in the back of the throat. Okay, maybe one more little bit. I'm so happy I didn't do the full lemon juice. I hate pouring icing sugar, but we're gonna go for it since I just got rid of the spoon. Just a little bit more. I totally thought it would have been more sweet than sour. Okay, that'll do. Now that's a good looking glaze, thank you. Yeah, Orca, if chat's gotta suffer, then the streamer does too. What's fair is fair. BC, yeah, that's not gonna be fun coming out. No, that's the thing. It's all fun and games until the next day. It's like, why did I do this? There we go. Glaze it up. And then I'm just thinking we should let the cake cool off just a touch when it comes out before we glaze, for sure. We don't want to be pouring fresh glaze over the hot cake. Or do we? I don't know. This is just something that we're adding to the recipe. So Matty can't guide us at all. We gotta go our own way. Okay, she's smooth. And that's how she looks. Just see the poppy seeds floating in there with the lemon zest. We're just gonna leave that bowl the way it is. Wipe up the extra sugar. And now that can get crossed off of the list. And while the cake finishes baking, we're gonna get into butchering our chicken up. So I'm just actually gonna post that to the back. Put our icing sugar, poppy seeds away, the lemon. Also just keeping an eye on Goldilocks here, as she is getting pretty happy. So when she's happy, we can make our ciabatta dough. Sourdough ciabatta for tomorrow's smoked pork on a bun. I was really surprised that we didn't have a ton of orders for our smoked pork on a bun with like homemade slaw and sauce, but maybe people just need a break. Two streamers you know did the Fiery Bean Boozled challenge. One likes hot, the other one doesn't. Lots of red faces, and both canceled their stream the next day. Wow, Orca. It really gets you then, we can say. Yeah, it's smooth. Smooth. All right, I'm gonna get a big cutting board. We have our boning knife here. Hashtag team bonin'. And then away we go. We're gonna do 2 chickens. So what this is gonna involve is first getting the chicken leg and the chicken breast, and then we have to debone the chicken leg, and then we gotta cut all of the chicken up into nice bite-sized pieces. And then we can finally start making the casserole. Oh yeah, I saw that, Orca. I've seen those on some streams, like you said. And it is pretty fun to watch. And at the same time, I'm like, yep, still wouldn't do that. These are pretty good sized chickens too, Sam. Holy. Good chimkins. This is what we got from the store. Twin pack of whole frying chickens, 2 for $15. Like I said, they're nice, good size this time. So before we get our hands chickeny, let's just run our boning knife on the steel. Mr. Toast, and you really like barbecue. Speaking of smoked pork, there's a place near you that you really liked when you discovered a place 45 minutes away in PA. Blows the place out of the water. Boom. Always good to make those discoveries. The thing that I thought about with the pork sandwich is like a few years ago when pulled pork just went like huge in the food industry, like everyone had it on the menu. There was just so many people making terrible pulled pork sandwiches, right? And then if you were one of those people that ate the terrible pulled pork sandwich, well, you probably don't really want to have it again. I think I'm going to get also just a pot out for us, and we're gonna make some more broth as well. We're just brothing it up all day here. We got beef and chicken going. Might as well. Okay, sounds good, Orca. We'll be here. So yeah, we'll get our pot next to us for all of the scraps, bones, anything like that that we trim off. It doesn't go in the garbage. So cool. Shamrock. And it was really awesome. So one of our viewers yesterday, Double Tap, made a comment that since we've started showing you guys how to butcher chicken on stream, now they just buy whole chickens for themselves and do it at home. And they actually said it was fun. So I love to hear that sort of stuff, that we inspired or influenced you guys to just get like a little bit more in tune with your ingredients. Okay, so our knife is nice and sharp, so let's get into it. Oh, I left this guy there. The worst. To me, it just feels like a soggy diaper. So I'm gonna turn this the other way for myself. Just kind of even this out, see how it looks. So the first thing we're gonna do is just make a cut here and a cut here to start separating the chicken leg off of the carcass from the breast. So just kind of keep it tight. And then go with a slice until it opens up and you can kind of see into there. And then right here on the chicken is the hip bone. So we have to cut under that to get the leg off. Like that. Now that's set up. So same thing with the other side. Okay, now we got both of the legs kind of cut and opened up like this, and now we're just gonna pop it out of the socket so that they can lay more flat, and then it's just one nice slice on either side to release. So that's what we wanted, is to be able to pop that hip bone knuckle out, and now we know where to trim by. So I usually just hold this up so I can see better inside, make your slice there, and we literally just start from the top. Get your knife onto the board, go right through where we popped that knuckle out, and that's how you get a chicken leg. Same thing with the other side. Boom. And now for the breast, so we can see the breastbone through the skin here. It just runs through the center, so we just have to cut along each side of it. Once again, I kind of hold the skin tight when we first start, so it likes to move around. So there's one, and then if it's not cut through, I cut that. And now you can literally just slide your finger along there to loosen it up a bit more. And now we can push the other side of the skin over, because we can see where we're working with the breastbone. There's the other side. And before we really get into this, I always make sure that that's cut through. And then we have the wishbone on this end of the chicken breast. It's in a V shape. I could see the one side. It's already been snapped off for whatever reason, but we do need to clean the other side off. So it's just as simple as running your knife along the side of it. Just makes it easier to get the chicken breast off. I'm just gonna turn it back towards myself. And now all we're gonna do is slow and controlled. I'm also just gonna cut through this part. Is running our boning knife along the rib cage just to loosen the chicken breast off. You notice as you cut it, the chicken breast kind of starts to fall over because of the gravity. And I just let it, because yeah, we can just keep opening it up like this until we get to the point where we have to cut it off of the chicken wing. So that's our next step, is I usually just make a slit right there, release that, and it opens it up even more. So that's the tender that was holding on to there. And then it's just one simple cut, hold the wing out of the way and down. And that's our boneless skin-on chicken breast. Seriously, does. Get a couple chickens and do this for yourself, and you'll be like, wow, it's actually not that hard. It's like, I know I make it look easy, but it's not hard. So let's do the other one. And then that's why we're trying to maximize the most amount of meat on what we're using, right? We don't want to leave a ton of meat on the carcass, even though we are gonna make a stock with it after. So same thing, just make a cut there to kind of open it up more. This side has the wishbone still in it. I feels it, so I'm just gonna cut that out. There we go. I knew we would find it eventually. Somewhere inside. Okay, that is that. And so the rest of this is definitely usable if you really wanted to get into it and pick everything. But yeah, I just typically save all this stuff. We can take the wings off. And it's just all gonna go into stock. You can always pull the meat off of the wings after. That's always tasty. Sometimes I just get into it and start picking. But yeah, even if you're just left with this, so much good stuff. Like all of the nutrients from in the knuckles and stuff like that, all tasty bits. So let's do the next one quickly, and then I'll show you how to take this further. Show you the other options. So I'm not going to explain too thoroughly this next one, but definitely watch. So under the hip bone, pop, pop. It lays more flat. We can see where we need to cut. Four chicken legs. Let's go on either side of the breastbone. One. Move the skin over. Two. We're just gonna cut this skin where it was still attached from the leg. Same with that. And now run your finger through just to open it up a bit more. Cut a little bit more up here as well. There we go. And then remember, the wishbone at the top will give us a bit of grief later. So cut that skin first, and then we just go along each side. So like I said, it's a V shape. So you just make that slice, not putting your knife too far in either. Turn it back towards you. And now we're just gonna slide the boning knife along the rib cage. Till we open up. Now we can see the knuckle where we have to clean the chicken breast off of the carcass. One slice there. Other side. I was waiting to see what you guys were gonna say. I haven't looked up in a bit. I knew someone was gonna be like, and you can tell that Kate has cleaned some chickens in her life. Well, I was telling the story yesterday on stream of when one of my chefs that I'm closest to, we would have races, chicken cleaning races. So that's one way that I got better. Maybe not the safest, but definitely teaches you how to move quick. So there we go. There we got our next carcass. So take the wings off, pop it in the pot. We'll cover that all with cold water and bring it up to a simmer. I don't like when there's sticky chicken stuff on my hands. Good day, Potent Peach. How are you today? As well as Poon 007. Thanks for the follow. Yes, intentionally use cold water when we're making stocks, Dust Pirate, because the cold water will keep your stock really nice and clear. If you start with hot water, the hot water brings out the impurities first. So remember how we always skim the scum once it comes up to a simmer. So the hot water even makes it more cloudy, and then you won't really be able to have a clear stock after that. So always start with cold water and bring it up that way. Okay, next step for the chicken breast. So we're just gonna take all of the skin off, and that'll just go into the pot as well. And then we'll just reserve the rendered chicken fat to cook with at another time. Do like chicken fat, roasted potatoes or something like that. And then if we flip it over, we also get the tender that usually likes to flap open like that. So usually I just kind of hold it up and cut it off to begin with. And then we can always cut through that for the casserole. And then there's always one more thing that we gotta clean on the chicken breast, is just the connective tissue from where it was sitting with the wing. So there's just that little bit of white stuff there. Gotta take that off. Otherwise it's gonna be chewy. Trying to make a food plan because you're tired of pasta and instant ramen. Got any ideas for simple lunches? Not a great cook and your oven is broken. I got an electric stove top though. Well, the one dish that we're making today, so the chicken casserole, is a one-pan dish. And that's what I was gonna tell you to look into. Since you have the electric cooktop, look up those one-pan wonders, and hopefully you can find something that is simple to make and doesn't require an oven, right? Okay, so there's that. We got our chicken breast all cleaned up. It's okay if there's a little bit of that connective tissue in behind, but we want to take off the main part of it. And yeah, we'll just leave the tender there. Yeah, you're welcome, Potent Peach. And I was gonna say, so here's the recipe that we're making today. Oh, we broke Stream Elements for a sec. But yeah, the chicken curry broccoli casserole would be deadly. All right, next one. Take the skin off. Flip it over. Thanks, Bonk. And yeah, there's a ton of recipes in our Discord recipe section. If you're a Discord user, that's like our main recipe space. So definitely go check that out. Feel free to use the search engine as well. But yeah, as far as quick and easy cooking, usually my go-tos are like curries or soups. Because there's just so many different varieties of both things, both curry and soup. It looks so good, hey? I'm very excited to make this. I've never made the recipe before, so we're all kind of learning together. And yeah, we're even starting by butchering our own chicken for it. Really nice and plump chickens, I have to say. Okay, clean up this bitty. So the chicken breast is some of the easiest meat to get off of the carcass. It's when you get into the legs that it takes a bit more effort. Yeah, real chicken tenders. This is how they should look. Good one, Bonk. You're a sucker for casserole dust. Growing up in the South, there was always 4 to 5 casserole dishes at like your big family gatherings for the holidays. I like casseroles too, but they can't just be like thrown together. Like you can tell a crappy casserole not made with love compared to like a really good casserole, right? Put the love into it. Just because it is a one-pan dish that's easy to make doesn't mean that it doesn't deserve the love. Cake timer. I was gonna say, I kind of smell it. I'm gonna check it out with my one clean hand. See how we're doing. Oh, it's looking really good. It's puffing up. I don't know if you can see inside. Yeah, you can a little bit. So I'm just gonna give it a swivel. Definitely still has some jiggle in the middle. It's just starting to turn golden brown on the outside edges. So this is what he said was the halfway point, but I don't even think it's gonna take another half an hour. So why don't I set another 15 minutes and we'll check it again. Now is a good time for a sip of water and coffee. Yeah, go team bonin'. There are definitely bad casseroles, Dust. Oh, I'm glad I have the lid on this because she is popping. She's popping. Relax, Goldilocks. It's not time. We're working on the chicken right now. Thanks, Palooza. Thanks for that. And obviously, Scat made it to work if he popped back in, so that's good to hear. Yeah, no canned green beans in the casserole. Exactly, Bonk. Okay, just a little bit more to clean off of this side here. All right, there's our 4 chicken breasts. So now chicken leg time. I think I'll just move all of these over. So how to debone this and get the skin off, right? You're the same with coffee, Merlion? Yeah, I'm terrible. Well, like I could chug it, but I like savoring my coffee. So guys, the first thing we're gonna do is just cut around the knuckle of the drumstick. There's a bunch of tendons down there that we need to cut through for a later use. So that's all taken care of. And then if we flip this over, you can kind of see what we're working into. So there's one tip of the bone there and obviously one there. So we know that the thigh bone goes straight to around here is where it meets up with the other knuckle for the drumstick, and then that bone runs this way. So it's a boop and then a boop. So start here, usually work along each side of the bone. So dig your knife in until you feel the bone, and then you just kind of slide it around the bone to loosen off the meat. It's really not difficult to do. Until we meet up with the other knuckle, and then I usually turn it, and now we make a slit going down this way. You should feel the bone with your boning knife through the meat and the skin. So there's that. So now we got both of the bones kind of opened up, and now we literally just have to work the meat off of it. It is nice dark meat, so this is where all the flavorful meat comes from, whereas I find breast is nowhere near as flavorful as the dark meat. There's a pretty big knuckle in here, so it's all about just kind of following that along, not nicking into it, but also still trying to maximize the meat that we're getting off, right? So yeah, usually you just hold on to the knuckle. It's kind of like a handle. All right, so that's all cleaned off, that bone. Now working into the other one. I should be able to just make a slit underneath now and then come up to release that knuckle. And now we can pretty much just fold up the bones. Now that we're at that point, hold on to both of them, and then it's just a simple cut. So there's our chicken leg bone. Did I make that look too easy? Also take that blood off. So now if we open this up, you can see that there is some connective tissue that we can clean out. Also just gonna take that hardened blood out of the vein. Chicken skinning competitions will do that. Yeah. Potent Peach, thanks for the follow. And yeah, hopefully I'm able to teach you guys something right now. Nice, 140 cookbooks. I don't think I have that many night sky, but kudos to your collection. So I'm just gonna turn this way. If you look at the bottom, so this is all the tendons I was talking about on the end of the drumstick. We literally have to hold on to them and just kind of cut them out like this, is they don't break down any further and they just stay really chewy. Also, just feeling for any pieces of cartilage or bone that we might have nicked with our knife, so I took that piece off. Some of the tendons, yeah, you'll just have to take some of the meat off with it. And yeah, this step is not in Matty's cookbook, to butcher your own chicken. It's just way more cost effective if we do it that way. So yeah, this step of the chicken, doing the leg, is what takes the longest for sure. That's why the chicken leg is just a bit more of a pain to clean than the breast. But it's important to learn both ways, right? Nothing else really connective tissue in there. So now the only other thing we're gonna do is just take off of the skin. I think I'll do that all at the end once we have all these pieces. So let's keep going. That just goes into the pot. You can watch this for hours, Orca. 24-hour butchery stream. Imagine. Just all of the animals. That'd be pretty epic. Epic VOD. Okay, there we go. We're all trimmed up. Now we go hunting for the other bone. Boom, boom. We found it. I'm definitely faster at it when I don't look up and chat to you guys. Just wanted to see if I could feel a difference, and I could. Yeah, that was way quicker. Okay, working on the tendons. First things first. What did I miss here? Something Canada. Yeah, I hail from Canada. You're right. Currently we're on Vancouver Island. But in the middle of summer, we're gonna be just moving a province over and start building out our food truck with my brother and his partner. No tendons allowed. And they are so slippery to try and hang on to as well. If you're like, why does it look like she's struggling? Because it is not easy. Okay, a little bit more here. One more big one there, for sure. All right, there's another one done. Next, only 2 more. Oh, you're in Montreal. That's a spot that I really want to go visit, for sure. Would tweezers help or hurt? Scat says. I guess if you got used to using tweezers, they could help. But yeah, I think that I know my fingers too well that the tweezers might slow down at first. So once again, start with your tendons, and then we get into it. Just hold on to the skin. It's kind of slippery when you first get through it. There we go. Clean off this other one. And yeah, I feel like doing the first chicken leg is always a bit of a challenge until you do get a feel for it. And then it's like, oh, just do them all the same from then. And then you just start rolling right through. Sweet. Clean that all up, flip it over, no hard pieces up there. Just the tendons down here. And look at this, we got a good bit of them to hold on to this time. Just gonna kind of keep my knife there and pull them out. That worked really well, having them not cut through. Try and remember that. Okay, only one more. We're almost there. Yeah, any dark pieces are just because they didn't bleed it out enough. Exactly, Orca. And hello, Days Noun? I hope I'm saying that right. Des Noun? Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. And yeah, once this is all deboned and de-skinned, then we can finally dice it up for the casserole. Start thinking about that. Okay, so we loosen our tendons from the top. Come on in. Wonder Woman 4, thanks for that follow. Okay, now let's go down to the drum. Boom, boom, boom. Awesome. That was so satisfying. Okay, last bit of tendons. There's a bit of connective tissue here. Get that gone. not really, I guess I'll clean that out because I don't really know what it is. It's a touch hard. Oh, cake again. The tendons, yeah, they for sure go in compost. So everything I'm just putting all the trim just into a stock pot beside myself. Let's check the cake. Oh, baby, it looks beautiful. Just gonna grab my thermometer. Pile it into the pot for the stock. So we're at, oh yeah, we're only at like 97 internal temp for the cake. So I would say we definitely need another 10 minutes. Away we go. How do I keep my knife sharp, Jay? Great question. So this is my favorite thing. This is called a honing steel. This is how it looks in my hand. And this keeps the edge on your knife blades. It doesn't sharpen it, but if you run your knife along each side, often when you use your knives, you'll keep the edge on it. And then it's only when you lose that edge that you have to get your knives resharpened. Yeah, Scat. Such a good way to practice stuff. It's like you can learn to debone a chicken and make stock, and then if you wanted to take your knife skill a little practice further, you could always practice your smaller knife cuts on mirepoix, so carrot, onion, and celery, which is typically used to make stock, and then you can just throw it all in the pot after you're done cutting, or make a soup with the knife cuts after, right? Got options. Okay, I'm gonna stop there. Oh wait, I found a big one here for the tendon. I'm gonna stop there for now, and then we're gonna work on, just got a little itch. Just taking the skin off next. So just flip this over. It's a little bit more difficult to get the skin off of the chicken thigh. So it's all about just kind of getting into it first with your knife, and then we're able to peel it off. Oh, actually tore the meat. Holy, that's tough stuff. And then we also reveal, when we do this, a bit of sinew underneath. So how to get that gone, because that's going to be chewy, is just hold on to it with your finger, run your knife right along your cutting board, and just kind of pull as you cut, and then that just comes off in one piece. I'll do this other side too, because I noticed there was some there as well. And now if we flip it over, it's just all nice usable meat that we can dice up and put it over in our cutting section. So this is how our board is looking so far. We got our chicken breast, boneless, skinless. We got our little pile of tenders, and now we got our boneless, skinless chicken leg. Hi, Canadian Black Wolf. It's great to see you today. And thank you for posting that, Orca. Is that our YouTube video of how to sharpen your knife using the knife jig? Head wounds, chicken skin is good fried up, or you could also use it to like wrap stuff in. So if you do like a stuffed chicken breast, you could always save the skin and then make like a little bundle up. Or it's also just good fried like chicharrones. So yeah, you got options, but usually I just render the fat out of it and save the chicken fat. Okay, so same thing as we just flip this over to get that connective tissue out, and then clean out any little blood spots if we find them. Torino, yeah. Kate, I had to step out. Are you able to start over? I can't, dude. I can't, but I hope you're doing good today. Boom. Yeah, fried chicken skin. It's so good. Tarina's got beer. That can make the day better, for sure. This one is being a bit of a pain. It's like, no, you can't get rid of me that easily, Kate. And hi, Lily, good to see you. Anyone ever go to KFC and ask for a bucket of chicken skins? Nope, never done it. But would love to hear the experience if someone did ask for that. That's pretty funny. The weird look that you would get from the cashier. Like, what the heck? Do you know where you are? Found a very old vid, Orca, from the stream. 3 years old, has some more chicken butchery in it. That's the thing, is we've been doing this for years and years. That's why we're so good at it. I know, Des, yeah, I've never asked, but do they do that though? That's the thing, is you never know unless you ask. So the worst thing that they could say is no. The best thing they could say is yes. Yes, you can have a bucket of fried chicken skins. You might start them onto something though. That's the scary part. Now trending at KFC. Okay, that's all good. And yeah, I'm leaving on some of this fat because that's all goodness as well. Okay, we finally did it. I think I'll just hold on to the boning knife and we'll just keep working with that. Might as well. So let's start with this. So I'm gonna cut it up into a bit of smaller pieces, and all of these should be around the same shape. So why don't we first just cut that in half? And then I'm gonna go in half again, lengthwise. We'll just stack that up, and then we can come back through across after with a bigger knife to get our dices. So first thing, just cut this. And then lengthwise. And yeah, because we're doing the mix of both dark and light meat today, there should be really good flavor in the casserole. Yeah, exactly, head wounds. It could start a trend. I could see it. I could see it happening. All right, that's all that. Let's keep going. And then the only thing about the chicken tender, if we look at the top part here, is there's also a tendon that we should clean out. So usually all it takes is to like just sneak your knife into there, hold on to it, and come back across the other way. Because that's pretty chewy too. So let's start our chicken breast lineup. We'll do all 4 of those tenders cleaned first. And then we'll cut strips of the chicken breast. And then we'll dice this all up together. That's how things are efficient in the kitchen, is the repetitive tasks get done all at once. Itty bitty tendon. Yeah, tendon in the tender. Sounds a bit naughty, Lily says. Okay, I'm gonna flip this way, and the first cut is gonna go up there. And then one more that way. And then I think one more still, because it's pretty thick. Nice. That looks good. I'm so excited to eat this today. I've not had a casserole like this in so long. And I love the combination of cheese and broccoli, right? Plus with curry. That's that cake timer. Let's check it out. Oh my gosh, it honestly looks so good. I think you guys can see into there. It really rose to the occasion. I'm just gonna take the temperature one more time. Getting close. 120 in the middle now. Still need longer. Holy, that's a thick cake though. So let's do, I'm gonna do another 7. Another 7 minutes there. Okay, back into it. We're almost here. We're almost there. First we do the slices, and then we do the dices. I'm gonna get rid of the boning knife now. Oh no, I just looked over and my sourdough starter has stuff to say. Oh no, Goldilocks out of control. I think we'll start this and I'll just keep moving everything over that way. So the cake, this is a pretty important thing that I learned as far as baking goes, is instead of doing like the clean toothpick or knife trick in the center, use a thermometer and it should read 190 Fahrenheit or higher. Yeah, she's big and puffing. There is stuff leaking out this side, but that's okay. I'll just scoop it into the sink. Ah! Okay, so take a good little bit of the chicken pieces, line them up, and then we want to cut these all the same size. So the thinner end, we obviously cut a bit bigger. So I'll go like that with my knife. And I think we're gonna aim for about 1-inch size cubes. Like I said, nice bite size. Not too small, not too big. And that way the casserole is nice and easy to eat, right? I will also say, is I always notice how different chicken feels, like especially chicken, I would say, when you butcher it yourself. It's like so nice and firm feeling when you get like the whole pieces of chicken off of the carcass. I find like sometimes the chicken from the store is kind of rubbery and weird feeling. This just feels like how it should. You can't milk a chicken, Mish says. Getting a wild chicken potent peach? Have fun. Yeah, good luck and have fun. Wild chicken. Next. So we're done with all the breasts. Now we'll work into the nice leg meat. That's where all the flavor is. That was a good butchery lesson just now. That was fun for me. I've not done that in a while. Oh, a jerky test. Sammy's face. Pistol Shrimps, thanks for the follow. Mmm, that's good. A hot honey? Sans honey so far, but the base marinade, so yum. Mmm.
Yeah.
It's got like a Tex-Mex sort of taste to it. The cumin in the hot sauce, I think. Yeah, it's mean.
Look at this.
Yum. And thank you, Scat, for the 100 biddies.
So good.
Gib, yeah.
That's yours.
Oh, you thought I just threw back some raw chicken? No, my husband feeds me snacks. The husband feeds snacks when I got chicken hands like this.
It's good.
Yeah, it's great, actually.
Do you need another stack?
Yeah. Yes, please. I'm honestly drooling, Lily. Yeah, that with some sweetness on it. Yum. A little bit more sweet and heat. Top. Okay, gonna wash up the hands, all of this goodness, the knife, and then just gonna pop that in the fridge or even just to the side for now. I was gonna go into the broccoli next for the casserole. I might start mixing up that sourdough sooner than later. Oh, yum.
A little bit of honey.
That was not bad though. Like, it's only 12:48. We started at 11. So under 2 hours we did the cake and we fully butchered 2 chickens. That's really not bad.
Fully butchered, broken down, cut up 2 chickens.
Yeah. Take a drive to Vermont.
One day, hopefully soon.
Yeah, that's our test, our new flavor of the jerky, and so far, so good. Just really simple, that one. Our own hot sauce, diluted with a bit of water and soy sauce. That's it. Oh, good thing I'm all washed up. That's how fast the timer goes off. Like, that was 7 minutes gone. Crazy. Thank you. Mmm.
Honey bacon? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Hot honey.
That makes you salivate for sure.
That's the next flavor.
And hello, Trish the Dish. Hello, hello. Okay, let's take a peek here. Blueberry coffee cake instead of blackberry, because we do what we want. It's got some weight to it. Because you guys can see it there in the midst of the chaos. So just slide your thermometer. Oh, in the side there. It looks like it still needs a bit more. Yeah, 136. This thing is taking forever. It could also be the frozen berries that we put in. Just take a bit longer to heat through, right? because, well, they were frozen. So definitely a bit longer, but I also wanted to make sure that the top wasn't browning too much, and it's not. It looks great. All of that color just equals more flavor. We'll keep it going. Do another 7 minutes on that. Yeah, nice color, hey? Okay, so now we got all of our chicken carcasses. We're gonna fill this up with cold water. Definitely want everything submerged. And then we'll get that up to a simmer on the stovetop and start our chicken broth. We got a beef broth and a chicken broth. So the beef broth is just all of the trim from the eye of round that we prepped for the jerky yesterday. Some of you were there for that butchery part. Two stalks. And then I'm gonna move this cast iron out of the way too, because they're cooled off. Clean and cooled. And we'll pop that onto a medium-high heat to get it going. Excuse me, jerky burpee. And then there's our beef stock that's been cooking overnight. Almost time to skim some stuff again. But yeah, we'll keep that going. Safe in there. Holy orca. People are slamming and a jamming by you. Okay, I'm just gonna move this chicken board off of our cutting board for now. And then one other thing I'm gonna do real quick, just bring us back over here for a view, is I'm just gonna clean up my sourdough starter because she's spluting over. I wanna keep all that goodness. What am I gonna do? I'm just gonna transfer it actually a little bit out of there into a smaller container. Because right now, out of control. So that's where she's been spluting from and just kind of going onto the counter. So if we lift this up, you'll see all of the gluten that we've been developing over the past few hours as I fed her around 9 a.m. today. So yeah, it usually takes about 4 hours for the starter to really get happy. And it should look very bubbly like this. And then when we pour, it's like spongy and aerated. So we'll leave that there. That should definitely control whatever we got going on now. And then just the bit from the counter, I'll just scoop it back into the container. No waste. Oh, Goldilocks. Who else works often with the sourdough starter in their life? Just gonna do a wipe up here with my cloth. Yeah, kindergarten glue. Edible paint, Orca. Now that I divided her, we can keep working on the casserole. Because I was planning on mixing the ciabatta dough up while the casserole baked. Thought that would be a good little spot to fill that in. Emergency avoided. Okay, I'm also gonna take one quick bathroom break right now. So hold tight, friends. I will be right back. And now we're gonna get into dicing up the broccoli, grating the cheese, getting the rest of the casserole stuff together. Hold tight. Okay, I'm back. Gotta get that hood vent on. We got the oven on inside today and 2 huge stock pots on the stovetop. Goodness gracious. I'm Martat. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Fifi. Man, gotta love all those golden knives and VIP badges in chat. I just looked up. Okay, butcher chicken on the prep list. Check. Complete. Broccoli and cheese. Let's get into it. Bringing the whole bag out. Ooh, I also gotta grab, oh, maybe I don't need an onion just yet. Put the onion in the other fridge. Cake time again already? Where do these 7-minute increments keep going? What? Okay, let's check it out again. Check that temp. Oh, it's feeling more solid. 160? We're getting so close. That raised up quite a bit though in that 7 minutes to go from 120 to 160. If we go 5 more minutes, should be good. Feel. Keep that clean. Okay, the other thing that we've not really done yet is let's take a look at the chicken casserole recipe. So it's called broccoli chicken cheddar curry casserole. Say that one 5 times fast. So this is the recipe in the book. There's the photo of how it's gonna turn out. Very cheesy and delicious. Let's just say that. So serve 6 to 8. So he used 2 chicken breasts and 4 chicken thighs. So we did 4 chicken legs and 4 chicken breasts, but I want a little bit extra too. So that's why we're doing the 2 full pans, because I can see this being very nice, reheated slowly for leftovers. And yeah, prep time about 2 hours, that's fair. And that's all it really is the prep time, and then you pop it in the oven and you wait for it to finish up. I love these types of dishes. Here's what Matty says. There's something to be said about casserole. I'm not sure when it became popular. Maybe in the 1950s, around the same time as TV dinners and the rise of Valium. Grab a bunch of meats, vegetables, and starches, and add milk, cream cheese, or something else that would hold this mess together. finally, bake it in a glass casserole dish. The sides get crispy, the cream kind of splits, and the oils run up and down the glass dish, looking like a bubbling science experiment. I do have to say, baking casseroles in clear bakeware is quite satisfying to see it bubbling through. He says, my mother was never an amazing cook, but she made breakfast, lunch, and dinner for us every day. I don't think she was a bad cook. She was more about maintaining 3 growing boys and a daughter on a tight schedule. This dish is one of those fail-safe meals that parents can make when there's maybe a little bit too much going on. I grew to love this dinner. I'd never had Indian, Pakistani, or any type of curry before, but I love this dish. I fell in love with the broccoli, chicken, cheddar cheese, and curry cream sauce. So he serves it with a side of rice. He said, served with a side of minute rice, you're flying all over the world with the culinary freak flag. Every family has that one dish that your parents would make a few times a year that was misunderstood. This is that dish. It's an underdog. The original recipe was probably on the side of a soup can or a box, but I fell in love. It's a what's on the inside kind of dish. It means well and is pure at heart. That one's for you, Bonk. The real Bonkman. So yeah, all he does, season the chicken with salt and pepper, cooks it in a cast iron pan just to sear and brown the outside, so about 2 to 3 minutes, and then you take it out and then you start browning up the onion, the ginger, and the garlic together, and add the curry powder to that, and then you add the cream and the cream cheese, bring the sauce together, and then you add the chicken in, you add the broccoli in. We'll be adding rice into this instead of hash browns. Top it with cheese and bake it in the oven until it's bubbling and cooked through. Oh yeah, it fits Bonk, pure at heart. As long as you try to be, right? So he bakes it at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for about 20 to 30 minutes, and then we also have to let the casserole rest before we get into it, right? Otherwise it'll just be a soggy, soupy mess, and it will be very actually hard to serve. So always let your casseroles rest, minimum 15 minutes. Matty says there's no right way to serve this. Plate, bull, fuck it, serve it out of a boot. Scoop it out, sprinkle some green onions and cilantro on top, give it a squeeze of lime, and enjoy the one dish that still boggles my mind but is so good. Trust me, he says. I'm excited to try this one. That's why I chose it out of the book. It was also a recipe from the book that wasn't super in-depth and didn't have any weird ingredients, because the first half of this book, I find there's a lot of different seafood as well as game meats from Eastern Canada that not everyone has access to. So I wanted to choose a recipe from here that basically everyone would be into. And thank you for posting that, Orca. So if you want to pick up this book for yourself that we've read through already on stream, it is still on sale right now, so it's half off, only $18 instead of $35 for the hardcover. And if you use that link, it helps us out as well. Woo woo! Gotta love the cookbook cookery. Okay, that was the cake timer. One more time. Please lose the cheese. Mish says bye. Why? Why lose the cheese? What did the cheese do to us? This has got to be done. Mish just says, you know me, Kate. You know why. Okay. I'm hoping this is done. I got a feeling just by the way that it looks, the way that the blueberries are juicing in the top and looking all shiny. That's a good looking, like I like the crust that we developed on this, and it's totally gonna be awesome once we get the glaze on. Yay! So this will rest out the rest of the way because it's gonna keep cooking for the next little bit. So like 185, I'm good. I'm good. You guys can switch. Okay, so the oven can go off now. That is a-okay, and we'll just pop that to the back to cool off until we can get it out of the pan, and then we'll glaze it up at that point. Holy dust. Power went out, big storm there. Computer did not like it. Well, welcome back, Dust, and yeah, careful. Like a thunderstorm situation going on? And I also just wanted to show, we pre-mixed up our lemon poppy seed glaze. So just lemon zest, lemon juice, poppy seeds, and icing sugar mixed until smooth. Glaze is all ready to go. Let's get into these broccoli florets. Broccoli, I think I'll do 3 heads probably. This last one is quite large though. We'll do 3 small heads of broccoli. Just a big thunderstorm, passing over quickly. Hopefully it doesn't mess you up anymore. Yeah, this divided between the 3 pans, that should be good. Good, good, good. Just gonna pop these couple things away. I'm gonna just take the cream cheese out and let it start to soften. We can mix that up in a bit. Okay, let's get into it. So I think the first thing I'll do, just to make this easier to get into, we'll just do a slice down the top like that with the stem. Loosen up some of those florets. We will discard the leaves. We don't need the broccoli leaves for this. And then the other thing we have to think about is when we eat the casserole, we don't want huge, huge chunks of broccoli. So everything's gonna be cut nice and bite size. And hello, Mad Max. What are we making right now? We're making Matty Matheson's broccoli curry chicken casserole from his cookbook. And thank you. Yeah, there's the link to my knife. It's a Shun premiere if you want to check it out for yourself. And yeah, we also just took out our blueberry coffee cake from the oven, so it's cooling off now before we glaze it. All right, so I'm gonna use my paring knife for cutting up the broccoli, and I like the broccoli stem. So you decide what works for you, but I definitely want to include it. So I'm thinking sizes like that for the dish. Don't want to cut it too small because then it'll go mush on us by the time the casserole is cooked through, right? And like I said, we don't want it cut too big because then it'll still be crunchy and kind of hard to eat. Is this your first time here, Mad Max? I've not had broccoli in a while. I'm excited. Broccoli is one of my favorite veg. Should I just grab a bowl for all of these pieces probably? It's your first time here, but not the first time in the kitchen. Well, I love to hear that. And let us know if there's anything that you need help with. This is an educational focused stream. So we're all here to learn together. Put this bowl beside to hold all of our broccoli pieces. You like the broccoli cooked into submission, Scat? Are you just saying that?
No, some people like that. Fingers go that way.
Sam. All right, so that's taken down a bit more. And now we can come back through again. Start with the stem and then go into the floret. Do one more there. I really like the broccoli stem. It's actually sweeter than the florets on their own, and it's got good crunch and juiciness. So it always makes me sad when I see people just throwing out the broccoli stem like it's garbage, because it's totally not. I'm gonna leave that whole because it is quite skinny. Just don't want it to fall apart too much. That's all good. Yeah, cheese broccoli soup, so good. So nom. You were taught to cook by Jacques Pepin, Lydia Bastianich, Sarah Moulton, and Alton Brown. Yeah, those are all great chefs. I think this is definitely not your first time in the kitchen then, Max. And I think you will enjoy your time here. So I'm a professional chef. I've cooked for over 10 years in restaurants. And then my husband, who you will see popping around sometimes, that's Omdog in chat, he has over 15 years of experience cooking in restaurants. So this stream is all about teaching people how to cook better food for themselves at home. There's one thing the pandemic showed us. It's not that many people know how to cook good food and sustain themselves. Thank you very much, Scat, gifting the sub to MadMax041. Welcome to the kitchen crew. It's great to have you. Enjoy those emotes, ad-free viewing. Thank you, Scat, for helping to spread the deliciousness. Yeah, if you see that guy, that's Sammy. Good one, Orca. Yeah, hype indeed, Kimmers. And thanks for the follow too, Mad Max. Great to have you part of the crew. Especially in the streaming community. Torino's just calling out the other streamers. Everyone just relies on like ordering in. Almost there. One more floret. Yeah, this looks like a pretty good ratio. Once we mix it with the chicken and all of the other ingredients, we still got onion to saute up with garlic and ginger. And then the curry powder. I picked up some really, really nice looking curry powder from Bulk Barn this week. I've never seen the yellow curry powder with little bitlies kind of inside of it still. I think it's a good quality one. Usually it just looks like a yellow powder, right? Your cake making friend saw a decline in orders because big parties aren't allowed anymore. Aw, yeah. That totally makes sense, hey? That's so unfortunate. You don't need a big party to have a delicious cake. That's the other part. What, no one's treating themselves anymore? Oh, actually, great news today, friends, is we are able to actually register for our vaccines. So Sammy and I are getting excited. A little less stress in our life. She usually makes cakes for 18 plus people. Okay, that's pretty big parties then. Yeah, Faye. You got yours today. Awesome. Congratulations. Happy to hear it. A step in the right direction. Okay, so I'm gonna trim up some of these loose little ends that are hanging around. And put some of those into the bowl as well. And we can see how it does start to get a little bit woody as we go towards the bottom of the broccoli stem. So don't go too far to the bottom because we will have to start to peel it. It gets kind of fibrous and chewy. So that should be lots. Let's see what Matty says in the recipe that I linked for you guys. So he uses only 1 head of broccoli. So we did 3, that'll be more than enough for our 2 pans. So let's put that aside. You can clean up this little station. I'm not gonna throw those out. Just pack them up and use them. It's really nice to like peel it and chop it up for a stir fry or something like that. You've had so much ice cream over the pandemic, Scat. What's been the favorite one? Or do you always go for the same type? Oh no, Paloozer. The kitchen smells like French fries for some reason. And yeah, it's making you hungry, right? Deep fried smells are torturous. Whether it's fries or like deep fried chicken. Man. Oh, I'll check out that link in a sec, Orca. We'll check it out. Thanks for sharing too. Yeah, JK Fighter. I can eat all of the cakes. Stress eating. Well, what is it? Dessert spelled backward is just stressed. There you go. We're good to go. Okay, so I'm gonna check off broccoli. Chiggity check. Done and done. That is a very nice looking cake, Orca. Compared to the photo, yeah, that looks awesome. Some skills there that your friend has. Tried a lot of new ones, Scat. Oh, okay, Pistachio Gelato. Didn't I say that the other week? Is your favorite? It's mine too. Yeah, not pistachio ice cream, but pistachio gelato. Unlike anything else. So, so good. Awesome, Duncan. Yeah, I love to hear that. Broccoli was one of those things that you just hated as a kid, but now that you're older, you just love it. Happy Friday, Oiliana. I hope you had a good day so far. Yeah, happy to hear it, friends, that you actually like went back and retried it after just hating the broccoli. The shun knives, I love the shun knives. They are very nice. You're right. Oh, that's okay too, Orca. I never hated veggies, just tomato and zucchini, and I still don't like them. Hurry, Trish, it's 4:20. I mean, it's only 1:20 here, but you can celebrate for sure. Okay, next up, let's grate some cheddar cheese. I'll get the box grater. Also, just keeping my eye on this chicken stock pot back here. I'm gonna give it a little stir to get everything submerged. It's almost ready for a simmer. And then we can skim it. Beauty. Cheddar cheese. So the cheddar cheese is just for the top. I have this one block here. I pulled extra, but I think this will be enough. It's a pretty good block of cheese to use. It's like 1 inch by 4 inches by 5. 1 by 4 by 5. Sneak it out of the package. And then we'll shred it up, and that's the topper for the casserole. And then we'll work into dicing up our onion, saute that up, get our ginger garlic going, and then we can finally bring this all together. Not too bad so far for timing, considering we are doubling the recipe that Matty set out for us. Gonna put
the chicken.
Yeah, we did a fresh butcher on the chicken. Whoa, some interesting wind gusts going on here.
It's not happy with me.
If we randomly cut out, I'm sorry, but we probably lost power. So I just like to let everyone know ahead of time. In the best time zone. Okay, let's grate it up. We're on our way to Cheese Mountain.
Cheese Mountain.
And hello, Pinot Light. Yeah, orca's in their private lair. Tell you guys where I went to cooking school? Sure. I went to cooking school at NATE, so Northern Alberta Institute of Technology. That's in Alberta, so just a province over from where I currently live. And I graduated from there with honors. It was a 2-year full-time program. Graduated in 2012. So I actually started cooking in restaurants before I went to school, just to make sure that what I was getting myself into was what I had in mind. Yeah, that's just a cheese hill. Cheese Mountain has to be a whole block. Oh, yummies.
The beginnings.
Yeah. Hot and sweet jerky. NATE, yeah. NATE, Northern Alberta Institute of Technology. It's a trade college, we'll say.
You can also find them at Ernest Cooking.
Yeah, so since then is this year, we got approached by one of the instructors that now works at the culinary school, and they actually live stream from one of the studios in the school. And when we go over to Edmonton, we're gonna do like a full tour with the stream. It'll be super fun. A little IRL adventure, going back to my culinary school probably about 10 years later. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. What do I think about Ramsey? He's a goat for sure. I don't mind Ramsey. Everyone has this like premonition that he's a terrible guy, but I think people can change. I've seen videos of him in his earlier days when he was definitely like a hellish chef in the kitchen, just making your life the worst thing ever. But I also feel that some people that you work with need that discipline for them to take things seriously, so kind of got to take everything with a grain of salt. But I like his cooking techniques that he used. I think he does everything properly. Doesn't do anything I wouldn't do. Palooza, yeah, every college is a trade college. Trade a crippling debt for an education. The first dish, Orca? Oh man. I can't recall the first dish we made in school, but I think we started with the soups and sauces class. It was first a week of like knife skills and stuff like that. And then I think we started with soups and sauces. Yeah. Seeing Ramsay on MasterChef Junior, like that's to me the real Ramsay. I mean, the guy wouldn't have, what, 5 kids if he wasn't a good human being. And nor would, ouch, that was my knuckle. Nor would his kids love spending time with him if he wasn't a good person, you know? Don't grate your finger, guys. It'll get ya. You were supposed to go to the flagship last year, Blondie? Are you saying the one in Vegas? Ouch, I'm actually bleeding. I have to go get a Band-Aid. I'll be right back. No blood on stream. The mountain is crumbling. It doesn't feel that great. Nope. Oh, okay, the London one. Well, hopefully you're able to go another time when things are cleared up, right? Okay, I'm just gonna mute it for a sec. It's been forever since I had a little injury. Okay, we're all bandaged up, ready to go. It's just a little cut. And hello, Dernet's work, Philippe. Okay, our chicken broth is up and rolling like crazy on the stovetop. So let's just pop over here for a sec and skim that scum. Just gonna grab a little ladle and a container. It's so easy to grate your finger, and like I find even the smallest little cut just starts bleeding right away, and I don't like that, so just cover it up. Okay, so the scum that we want to skim is just the foamy bits floating on top here. Those are the impurities that can make your stock kind of cloudy and not clear. And they always come to the surface once you finally bring your stock up to a simmer. There's a good little bit of chicken fat already rendered out as well. Just gonna give this a little stir. Make sure nothing's really stuck on the bottom, because sometimes that likes to happen. Awesome. So we'll just keep our eye on this. It might have to be skimmed one more time as well. Just hold on to that ladle and the container there. Good to go. Okay, back over. Yeah, the icky foam, chicken stock, exactly. And then the other pot is beef stock. First episode of Chopped, you ever saw a lady cut her finger, didn't wrap it, made a salad? Ew, I think I saw that one, Dust. I think I remember that, and the judges are like, you failed because you didn't wrap up your injury. That's disgusting. Yeah, and she mixed it like with her bare hands. Can we not? Okay, I think we have way more than enough cheese that we could possibly need to cover the casserole. Always better to have extra though and not enough. We'll put that into the container and just pop it into the fridge. And I'm gonna do a really simple step next, which is just mixing some cream cheese with whipping cream out of the fridge. And that's the creamy sauce base that we're able to make. Ew, yeah, you can see the blood on the spinach. What the heck? Hey, Ernest. Speak of the devils, friends. There they are. We were just talking about culinary school. What's cooking today? Today we're cooking out of the Matheson cookbook. We read through it a couple weeks ago, front to back, and today we are making a simple casserole for also part of our channel point menu redemption. So broccoli, chicken cheddar, curry casserole. There's the photo of how it's gonna turn out. So far we butchered the chickens, we got the broccoli done, we're working on some stock, and then we've also baked off a delicious looking blueberry coffee cake. Yeah, really good looking. So next one says we need 230 grams of cream cheese and 240 mils of double cream. So 1 cup of cream and like 1 cup of cream cheese. I'll double that. Double it. His looks burnt. It's definitely a bit dark on the cheese on the top of his, but I think he just did that for flavor. The chefs that we had for Chef in Residence, so first year was really awesome. We had Seuss or Lee. I'll always remember that. And then the second Chef in Residence, we had Massimo. Was it Massimo Bottura? I think that was it. Jade Silk, thank you for the follow. Okay, let's get a container just to mix this up in. I might actually just mix it up in a measuring cup because it has a nice handle on it to hold on. That'll be good. Let's do a little bit of the cream cheese at a time. Working the cream into it. So we need 2 cups of cream cheese, 2 cups of cream, and then that kind of just gets poured over the casserole before we finish it up. Yeah, Massimo Bottura. Spicy peppers. Paloozer. Blood on spinach. Sounds like a vegan documentary. Kind of, right? And yeah, I took out the cream cheese a little while ago from the fridge so it could soften up a touch. Let's do this. We had 2 of the best ones for Chef in Residence. That's what I've heard, actually. I think Chef Lynn Burrell was the year after I graduated. I kind of wish that I experienced that Chef in Residence. So in the culinary school, what we're talking about right now, guys, is they had a Chef in Residence program. So they would get like a more kind of famous chef. They were typically Canadian as well, to come to the school for, I think it was a week or so, and like be able to work with the students and stuff. Give us some insight into the restaurant world. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of loosely mix this up. I don't really see it mixing up that smooth. actually, maybe if I do more cream cheese with this, like smooth out the cream cheese first. I'm probably just gonna make a mess, but cooking, it's all about having fun. Or Lynn Crawford, that was the other chef. Yeah, highest profile was Lynn Crawford. It's like, why did I say Lynn Burrell? I got two female chefs mixed up. What is the failure rate? Oh, I don't know that. Of culinary school? I don't think it's that high. That's the thing about culinary school, is you don't just have people that want to be chefs. You have people that just want to learn to cook better as well. You got all sorts of people in your class with different experiences and abilities. Okay, we're making our way here. And this is all Matty says to do. Literally just mix the whipping cream with the cream cheese until it's like a soupy mess. Probably would have been way easier to do this in a blender, right? Hello? Why is that not something that is said? We're getting there though. Scoop it out one more time. Work it, girl, work it. And then also as it heats up, we'll break up the cream cheese even more. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, stick blender would knock this out in a second, Paloozer says. But yeah, this is good now. We're good. So now we can just do a little bit more of the cream. Just get this a touch more smooth first. I'm happy I chose this container because it's easy to hold on to. She is thick. Triple C thick for sure. Now we loosen it back up. Yeah, how to fail trade school, you don't show up to class. That's really it, I would say. Plus, why would you want to fail trade school? Like, you're either gonna go to school for something that you enjoy doing or don't go at all, right? Almost there. And then the next step, we'll get into our onion, ginger, garlic, and then we can finally work on getting this all mixed together and baking off a pan. Yahoo! We're getting there. And thank you very much to Cami Boko rolling in. First thing that's done, evening up that bit counter for our food truck fund. Thank you very much, Cami. And happy Friday to you. Hope the day has been swell. Okay, so this looks pretty fluid. There's no loose whipping cream or anything like that kind of sticking around. And it is totally okay if you have little cream cheesy lumps, I would say. Gonna try and tap all of this goodness out of the whisk and just keep the spoon. Lock Jess Monster, I like that username. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, a dish can fail, but we always just call that a learning experience, Orca. We can always strive for perfection, but I don't even know what is the definition of perfect, right? That's why we can only strive for it. Busy as always. Well, hope you're doing good, Cami. Staying safe and healthy. So another step crossed off. Cream and cream cheese done. As well as the cheddar. So just gonna rinse this knife. I'm gonna grab some onion from the fridge as well as ginger and garlic. Gonna get into that next. Trish the Dish, thanks for the follow. Dairies can go back in the fridge so they stay fresh. The garlic and the ginger. I got some onion bits to use up. Here, we'll use a bit of the red and white. And then that's gone. Sounds good, Orca. You carry on. We'll take care of anything that happens when you go. Anyone have the Marcus Samuelson cookbook, Red Rooster, or Marcus Off Duty? No, Scat, but I really love him as a chef. I really like the way that he cooks and his style. So yeah, if anyone has that, let us know how it is. Peeling up this onion. There's that. Let's tip and top this crazy monstrosity that I left for myself. I think if we want to cut it in half, we'll do it this way. Frank and onion. Orca is away, the subs will play, yeah. Food fight! Food fight in the kitchen. Okay, so onions all prepped. Let's take care of our garlic next. I can see that clove definitely sprouted. Same with all of these. Oh man, back to that. The worst. So we'll peel those sprouts out. So let's just give all of these a smash so they're easier to peel. Small Blue Cat, thank you for the tier 1 sub. We're already 5 months in a row. That's crazy. Thank you for being a part of the kitchen crew. Hopefully we've taught you lots of awesome stuff along the way. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, we got Bonk with us. Good try, guys. Good try. Bonk says you will not. So the sprout of the garlic is said to be bitter, so that's why I'm picking it out of the middle there. So the garlic's trying to go to vegetation mode on us. Happy Friday to you as well, Hot Carl. Look at this. We got a Twitch baby today. We got a Twitch food baby on the channel. Do you have a name, Hot Carl? We name it Matty. How fitting. Okay, garlic's all prepped up. Now we'll get into our ginger. Give it a little peel up. Bonk is so mean, guys. Guys, what if you hurt Bonk's feelings? Bonk's like, guys, I swear I'm not. I'm just trying to do the job here. Let's trim up our ginger. We're not gonna do what Matty does in the video and just like cut it into a cube and waste so much ginge. So first thing I always do is just cut off like the big dry pieces that you know you can't just scrape away. And then I just use the back of the paring knife, or the back of a spoon even works, just to rub off the rest of the skin. And when the ginger juice hits you in the eye, you know. No pain, no gain. Zane's coming in, guys, saying Vortexial is the best cook. How do we feel about this? Are you sure you want to say that here, Zane?
Cook. Kate's the best cook.
No worries, Bonk. You have a launch rehearsal. You weren't expecting to work. Oh, well, at least you get overtime pay. You're 100% sure. Holy, they're sure. Well, maybe we'll have to go check them out. Oh, thanks, Pinot Light. Yeah, keep it clean. That's what it's all about. I feel like being an efficient in the kitchen is about staying organized and clean and kind of knowing exactly your next process. So you don't just always have to stop and think about what you're doing. Zane's trying to rile chat up. I like it. Okay, so we're gonna fine dice both of these. The garlic, we'll use our garlic press for. That'll make quick work of that. So for the ginger, we just do nice thin slices to start. It's good to keep them stacked on each other too. That's some juicy stuff. Yum. Okay, so we can stack it usually 2 or 3 tall. Make quick work of this. And so then we come back through and do small slices. Basically as thin as you can. And then we can come back through once we got our slices and do our dices. And that's how easy it is to mince up some ginger for yourself. So usually I divide this into 2 smaller piles.
I was gonna say, Blizzard, sometimes no matter how much you wash your hands, you're still gonna have spicy bits in them.
Oh, yes. Nice, Kame. Just ordered a new apron. Unfortunately, couldn't afford one from S&R. That's okay. That is totally fine. Hey, as long as you have an apron to keep you clean, I think that's all that matters, Kame. I will say, yeah, if the S&R, Search and Rescue Denim, so the amazing local company that I support, also my friend, can't afford those, they do lots of giveaways on social media. So follow them on Facebook and Insta. I think they do one like minimum once a month. So you could always win an apron instead. I will also say is we heard back, so our friend Jill, the wife to Jill and Will at Search and Rescue. So she said that my link for 15% off the order, it's been used another 5 times recently. So thank you to anyone who did order through that link, and I hope you enjoy your product. Okay, next up, since we're doing ginger garlic land, might as well just keep going. We'll pop it all into a small container here. We have not glazed the cake yet, Tom. It's still cooling just behind us. I wanted to get the casserole basically assembled and into the oven before we glazed, because that way we have some time to kill while the casserole is baking. We can do cake things. Mayo scat? What you want the mayo for? Oh no, Orca. Yeah, when you hear noises from the kitchen, that's like opposite when we have Doggo in here with us. It's like if it's quiet and you don't hear anything, it's like, oh, Doggo found some trouble. What did she find? The cats found beets and ate it. They're gonna have a scare tomorrow. For us, Scat, we don't have a P.O. box, but we do give out our address to certain viewers. Usually ones that have like watched for a while, right? That we trust. So much garlics.
77%.
For the Lego?
Yeah.
Nice one. One more. My hands are getting so sticky already. Oh man. Send help. Oh no, Des. Your dogs ate your AirPods? That's unfortunate. Okay, now I scrape out all the goodness. Don't waste any of those tasty bits. Trim up the bottom for sure. Now we can rinse our knife and our hands. It's okay, guys. We don't often math here. So sometimes when we do, it's wrong. There's not high expectations of math. As long as we make the effort, that's what matters. Okay, so we're gonna post the ginger garlic just back by the stovetop where we're gonna start cooking stuff. Let's get into the onion up next. Yeah, no mathing today, and that's okay. So nice fine dice on the onion as well. Start on one side, make your slices through, and then we'll go back through and dice. And then once it wants to fall over, we just let it. And we keep cutting through this way. Still following the curve of the onion as much as you can. Like that. There's half. Now we'll do up this other half of the red onion. How am I even gonna do this? I'm gonna cut this in half one more time so I can pop it up that way, and I'm just literally gonna slice down. This one we can cut into thirds that way. Line it up. Should get pretty even pieces. I don't often have a chunk of onion like this that I have to cut through. So if you see any big bits, just kind of take your knife back through to even it out. But I wasn't letting that piece go to waste. This is okay. We just go all the way through, kind of like the last one. The proper onion. And then we gotta get a frying pan onto the stove for us. So you can start searing this stuff up or sauteing. I actually have no idea. So I usually always am like tears rolling down my face when I'm cutting onions. So I guess the one tip that I have for you, you guys are gonna laugh. Use your onion the day before and leave it open, uncovered in the fridge and let it dry out. And then your onion won't make you cry the next time you cut it. That's all I got though. Like I said, typically an onion, when I go into it, I'm crying. But these are both pieces of onion. The white onion we used yesterday on stream, so it was just half that was cut and I didn't wrap it or anything. Just let it air dry in the fridge. That's really it. Yeah, use your old ski goggles. We got those options as well. Okay, I'm gonna move this chicken pot, I think just to the back for now. We don't need a huge frying pan. Or actually, I'm just gonna turn it off and put it into the middle. We got a bunged up stovetop today. Let's go medium-high heat on that pan, and then we're just gonna start with some olive oil. Just enough to coat the bottom. Good afternoon, Kanara. How are you doing today? Happy Friday. That's the other one, Erlyn, is if you have contact lenses, that'll help you not cry when you cut onions. It's making my nose run a bit, I will say that though. I think I'm gonna quickly actually go blow my nose while the pan is heating up, so I'll pop you guys over by the stove. See if it'll focus more on that for us. There we go. Okay, I'm just gonna mute this while I go blow my nose. Hang tight. Okay, we're back. JK says, Kate, don't you get tired of cooking for hours at a time? I get tired after 2 hours, but you just keep on going. I think you would get tired if you're not used to it, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, this job was pretty hard when I first started. It's like, holy, you gotta stand for like 8 hours at a time? No breaks? So once you get used to that part, then you can definitely stand for a long, long time. And yeah, my kitchen is well ventilated, so I have a big window beside me here, and then obviously the hood vent up top. Okay, let's use a bench scraper to start transferring our onions. You can see that the oil is starting to dance in the pan. What? Yeah, good one. Yeah, Kanara. My nose is good until I start streaming, and then it wants to run the entire time. It's trying to hold you back. Don't let it.
Yeah, bubbly mess over there. Looks happy.
Yes. It's coming back up again. Don't look at it, Sam. Don't look at the sourdough starter. Okay, so they say that we gotta sear up the chicken. I think to make our lives really easy, we're gonna toss all the chicken with oil, salt, and pepper, and then we're gonna put it on a sheet pan and just sear it up under the broiler in the oven, rather than taking the time and doing it this way. I'm also gonna move this over. Maybe if I move this, it'll focus more. Maybe. Yeah. Woohoo! Okay, I'm gonna get a spoon so we can stir that up. Yeah, or the souffle, exactly. Okay, sounds good, Bonk. Have a good day at work. Thanks for hanging out with us. And stay safe out there, as always. Okay, let's get this coated with the oil. So we're gonna cook the onions until they're starting to turn golden brown. Usually takes about 5 to 7 minutes over medium-high heat. And then once they hit that point, we add the ginger and the garlic in. And then we add the curry powder after that. So while the onions are cooking, let's prep up our chicken on the sheet pan. I'll get them lined with parchment. I think we'll do 2 sheet pans.
Bye, Bonk.
Bye, Bonk. Thank you for your services today. Keeping everyone in line. Orca, I love your updates. And now the cats are in the kitchen sink. All right, parchment paper.
No, the cake.
Oh, what does that mean? Sammy's commenting on the cake, friends. What does this mean? What is he trying to tell us? When your husband walks in the kitchen, points at something and says, "This looks really good," probably means that he needs a snack. Bringing our chicken over. Maybe I'm gonna give this one more stir real quick. Oh yeah. I could hear it. The onions were summoning me. They're like, "Stir us, Kate." So I said, okay. I like the mixture of the white and red. Looks pretty in the pan. Spread it back out to one nice even layer. Okay, we're gonna let that keep going. Come on over. Hello, Collins AFK. How are you? Okay, so we're gonna mix the chicken breast with the chicken thigh on each pan. Get an even mix of both. I'm just gonna open this all the way up for us. All of the things, there we go. And first gonna distribute it just using tongs so I don't gotta wash my hands. Yeah, is that done yet? Oh man, too good. So half of the chicken breast, half of the chicken legs. We butchered all of this ourselves today. I hear some onion sizzling. Hello, FCB. How are you doing? And Scat, thank you for the 200 biddies. A Torino bribe? Give this a stir. Yeah, I thought I heard some sizzling. So now those are starting to turn golden brown. We are starting to develop some flavor with that color. Few more moments and then we'll add the ginger and the garlic. Let this go a bit more. Sweat them out. And now I think I'm just gonna spread this stuff out with the tongs as well into one nice even layer. So this is how you sear up in the oven. I'm gonna show you guys something new today. Especially if your stovetop is already full of stuff. This is a good sneaky way. A lot of chefs usually do this. If you have to sear a lot of things, you don't always have time to just stand in front of the stove and watch things brown up. That's where the oven comes in handy. Nice and hot. I guess I can't really do it under the broiler because I put parchment on the pan. So we'll just do it at a very high heat. We'll go 450, the max temp that the parchment can hold up to before it starts to burn. Okay, that looks good. Just drizzle some olive oil around. And I'm gonna hang on to the tongs. I'll just post them over there. Back from the ultrasound. Everything go good or we don't know yet? Yeah, we don't often buy domestic beer either, Torino, so I have no idea with those prices. Yum. What's happening back here? Okay, come back over here now. We're just switching back and forth. So ginger garlic time. The onions are nice golden brown. I would say that took the 7 minutes. And we add the ginger and garlic later because they have more sugars in them compared to the onion, so they'll burn quicker. That's why we gotta do everything in stages. Now we'll let those go for a few moments together, stirring pretty frequently still. Your guys' sounds about ultrasounds, what the heck? And hi, late night tough guy, welcome, welcome. Everything seems to be okay. That's good news then, FCB, for sure. Okay, back over. So we're gonna season up our chicken now. We just oiled it. Do good sprinkles of salt and pepper. Whoa, as soon as I added the garlic and ginger, it got so fragrant in here. Yum. Doing a quick stir while I'm over here. Probably one more of those. One more time of us stirring, and then we can add the curry powder. That's where a lot of the flavor is gonna come from in this dish today. Once the curry powder is mixed with all of this. Yum. Some peps. Is there even anything in there? I'll go with our fresh ground stuff. Doggo at the door. She's like, guys, what you got cooking today? Any snacks yet? No snacks yet, Doggo. She's like, guys, please. Hello, Nike. How was work, my dude? The new spot. Welcome in. Yeah, it's like Posher's new. She's like, Nike is here. I must come see. Yeah, y'all got some chimkin? Okay, now I'm gonna turn on the oven. 450 degrees Fahrenheit. Hello, pups. Boom. Now let's stir this up like I said. Oh yeah, nice and golden brown. So I'm gonna turn this to low heat now. It's browning up pretty quickly, but it's not getting too dark. All good things. So if I look at the recipe I linked for us, we need 4 teaspoons of curry powder, or I'm gonna do a tablespoon for each casserole dish. So this is the curry powder, labeled it up for us. Like I said, got it fresh from our bulk barn this week, and you can like see little bits that were blended into it. It looks really good. So yeah, 2 good spoonfuls of that, and that should flavor everything right through. And this yellow style of curry powder, it's not spicy. It just has a lot of flavor to it. Sprinkle that over. And mix that in. And now it should get very fragrant. I think we might deglaze with just a bit of white wine in here to get all the tasty bits from the bottom. But it is smart to just saute your curry powder a bit before you do that. It'll draw out more flavor that way. From the spices, I think I'm gonna do a bit more. One more little drop like that. Doesn't seem like it's too strong, but that looks lovely. Okay, let's grab a bit of white wine. just enough to lift all those bits off. And thank you so, so much, FCB, for those 2,000 bits to the food truck fund. Yeah, you don't need much curry. I mean, we're making 8 portions of this. So I kind of did a tablespoon per 4 portions, which seemed like a pretty good amount. Okay, now I'm just gonna turn that heat off. Come on over here. We're just waiting for the oven to heat up for the chickens. We'll just give this a scrape. Yeah, Mickey. Kate, I heard wine. Here I am. The white wine. I might need a touch more, actually. Or I just gotta swirl the pan a bit. Let that wine saturate everything so you can scrape the flavor. There we go. Would say this is a very like North American style curry to make. With that style of curry powder for sure. Yum, that looks so, so good. I guess what we can do for this bit, just gonna move it to the side here. I'll bring in our casserole pans that we're gonna use. So Lloyd pans, once again. We can distribute our broccoli, and then we'll toss the broccoli with that curry base. We're finally getting somewhere here. Yeah, where's Taz at? He must be busy doing something else, hey? The curry king of Twitch. That's a good bit of broccoli, for sure. And yeah, we're not skimping on the portions here. So 4 portions from each pan. If you think about it, that's a lot. That is quite a bit. Okay, like I said, just gonna basically cut that in half. Does that look like half? Yes. I'm just imagining the smell of all this together as it bakes. Insane. It's already making me salivate. Okay, now I can get rid of that pan and we can get our chicken stock cooking again. Back to it. Back on nice low heat. Okay, let's mix this up. Broccoli is gonna go like neon green. It's gonna look awesome. And then all we gotta do is also mix in the chicken once it's seared off. And then we top with our cream. So when we mixed the cream cheese with the whipping cream, that's our sauce. And if you wanted to go less cream, I think you could always mix in just a little bit of stock instead.
Is that all the broccoli?
I left one head in the fridge for us, but this will be lots, Sam, for sure. And for each portion of the casserole today, friends, we're charging $15 Canadian for our peeps picking up. So $15 for a quarter pan of the casserole. Yeah, I would say that's worth it, considering everything is homemade. Even butchered ourselves. Very reasonable. Awesome. I think I'm just gonna leave the spoon there And the oven says it's already hot, so let's get the chicken going. Sounds good, Scat. Scat's work is actually making him work and lurk today. Sad. Yeah, leftovers for days. Well, I mean, this whole pan's gonna go, and then we'll eat 2 portions from this one today, and then have 2 portions for another day. Yum. And I don't mind air fryers. I think they're kind of silly because they only really have one use for a big appliance. So that's why I don't often use them. But I don't mind if you guys use them at all. I think they can come in handy for some people for sure. Okay, so chicken's going in, 450 Fahrenheit. I think we'll set 10-minute timer. Check it at that point. So we're just trying to brown the outside a bit. I just didn't want to take the time to do it in a pan. I feel like that would be slow. So we'll go with 10 minutes there. Is there anything else that we can work on? Okay, so we still have to do sliced scallion or green onion, as well as chopped cilantro for garnish, as well as lime wedges. So 3 different garnishes we can start to work on. Put this to the side. Burned broccoli? Where's the burned broccoli? Air fryers are basically a convect oven, I guess, hey? Like I said, I've not used the new version, so I don't really know. That is some nice cilantro, holy. You got a Ninja Foodie and there's like 8 functions in one. Have you used all of the 8 functions? And if so, what would you think is the best function? Those are nice limes for garnish. The 1 pan of casserole. So since the pandemic started last year, on Fridays and Saturdays, we cook for our friends. We have about like 30 people to choose from. We send out the menu on Monday and then they order by Thursday to pick up for Friday, Saturday. So we have 6 people. Did I say that right? Where's my list here? Oh, I put it in the book. So sorry. Yeah, 6 pans going out plus us. So actually there's gonna be no leftovers at all. What? No. No leftovers? Sad. Okay, let's unwrap our green onion. What?
Do 12 pieces. You're getting 6 out of
Are you doing 6 out of each? I was only gonna do 4 out of each.
4 out of each?
Well, it's not gonna be like filled to the top with sauce. But we'll see once it's baked, Sam. We'll see. Nice, Nike. Yeah, all good. All good, all good. Let's get into our cilantro. So one thing I always do is I like to take this bunch apart when we first get it, because I feel like that's what always makes it go bad, is when it's bunched together and then it gets wet and starts to go bad. So undo that first, and then we can take a good bit of it. We'll pick it off of the stems and give it a chop. And let's just discard anything that's kind of soggy or slimy that would make anything else go bad. There's like a lot of water in the bag as well. Shake it out. Leftovers are something that you have a problem with dealing with. You just don't want to eat the stuff again, Ampersand. Is that what you're saying? heard of some people that just cannot stand the thought of eating the same thing over again. Supra, you bought a Ninja Foodie a few months ago. It's still new in the box. Looks cool, but probably didn't need to buy it. And now you can't find the receipt? No! The worst. Also, good to see you today, Supra. No soggy cilantro. Yeah, some people think that cilantro tastes like soap. It's a genetic thing. So yeah, if you're that person, sad for you. We're just picking all the nice leaves off of the stem. And we can chop all the leaves up. Cilantro is very baby feeling. The stems are so thin. Des says the foodie's great because you can do the entire recipe in one appliance. I like that then. Yes, Nike. I feel like you requested that before, but we can definitely make it again. I saw a crazy Loco Moco. Who posted it? Was it Blondie? I saw it somewhere on social media. They had like a stack of onion rings on the top.
Yeah, it was Blondie.
I was like, that's a Loco Moco I can get behind. Fresh ground beef, sticky rice, mushroom gravy, a duck egg, and Black Forest cake for dessert? Oh, baby. He's eating rich that day. That might be a 2-dayer, my dude. Off limits, yeah. Team Cilantro. Come at us. Indoctrinated made a really bomb barbecue meatloaf last night. Jalapeno cornbread, cinnamon sweet potatoes. So you grilled it up left over for lunch. Barbecue meatloaf sando. That's the best way to use that meatloaf. Make a sandwich. I am not against that. I had that a lot when I was young. It's always a happy day going to school. Meatloaf sandwich. See if I can do more than one of these at a time. Don't think you've requested it? Well, someone else did then. But yeah, we've not made Loco Moco in a while. So I would love to make that for you. And thank you for saving up your pots and pans points watching the channel to request me to make that. Where are you going to find the duck to ask it for its egg? Amsan says, at our duck hut. We asked nicely. And Nike knows that we get duck eggs again, so he's playing it smart. That's the other thing I was going to say is duck eggs are only going to be around until the middle of summer. Yeah, there's the flex. 329,000 bones. Chicken's doing good. Nothing's really browning up though. So I think I'm gonna switch the trays around. There's 2 minutes on the timer anyways. I feel like my internal timer was ringing. Or I'm just gonna stop it now. I think I'm just gonna stop baking those now. I can toss it into the casserole. I'm okay if it doesn't have a ton of color on it because we built a lot of flavor in the pan with the ovens and stuff. Just gonna let that cool off a moment. Show you guys how it looks on the pan. So it's just par cooked through, so it's not raw. No raws. I saved my tongs as well so we can mix it back into the casserole. Yahoo! Okay, let's chop some of this up while we wait. And we can mix the green onion with the cilantro, but we'll keep the lime wedges separate. Oh yeah, good one. I don't often make pho as far as broth goes, but I'm sure the cilantro stem is so tasty. Okay, so we're just going to bunch this all up so it's easier to chop. And this is the garnish for the casserole. So sliced green onion, chopped cilantro, and lime wedges, so that the lime juice can cut through the richness of the dish. So the creamy part with the acidity of the lime juice. There is that. I'm not gonna go too fine on the chop of the cilantro. And get that into the container. So herby. Just gonna rinse my hands. Where can you go to get knives sharpened? Trish, why do you keep going in caps? Is there a setting that's off on your side? I feel like you're yelling at me. Why am I being yelled at?
Where can you go and get your knives sharpened?
I don't know. Yeah, I feel like it's Matheson talking at me right now in chat.
She's like,
well, there you go. Now we know. So thanks for yelling at me. And that all depends on where you reside as far as knife sharpening services. You'll have to look up in your area. But yeah, usually they go by very simple names like the Knife Guy or something like that. So not too hard to find if you do a quick search online, or if you kick it old school in a phone book. Do they still make phone books? Hi, Bumble Bunnies. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we took all of the slimy bits off of the bottom of the green onion. Can line them up, thinly slice them. Oh, that's so happy to hear, Bumble. Got your COVID vaccine. I was just saying earlier that we are now registered for ours, so we're happy about that. Yeah, keep spreading the good news, friends. Love to hear it. Just trimming the tops of these that have kind of shriveled up over time. Phone books are called Google now. Yeah, Amsan, the Knife Guy, trademark. Seriously though, I think that's what one of the services I've used before was called. It's just the Knife Guy.
I am the guy.
Let's do that in two different piles. Line everything up, and then we'll just thinly slice through. And then we're gonna mix up our casserole finally. Torino. Yell hi. Meat departments used to sharpen knives. I could see that. Because yeah, the butcher or meat department probably should have some of the sharpest knives. Man, it is getting hot in here now. We heated it up. Next, La Bag. Thank you for that follow. Welcome to the channel. You are 60, Trish? Oh man. I'm half that. That's all I got to say about that. Either I feel like a wee one or we just aged you a bit. Either way though, we're all friends. Age is just a number. How many more times do we got to say that? It's all in how you feel. Okay, almost there. And yeah, we're just gonna mix all of this goodness together. Go for a sprinkle over. It's gonna be a full cup. I might just put the lid on and give it a shake. Yeah, you're still a pup. Nike's level 44. Pop a lid on it and give it a shake. Flip it over so the cilantro can get weighed down into the mix. And then we can just pop that into the fridge so it stays nice and fresh for us until later. One garnish complete. Okay, the one other thing that I gotta add into this mixture right now, so we might have to add some of the chicken broth into this just to get it steamed through, is the rice portion. Like the rice will cook in half an hour in the casserole, right?
Yeah, it's really...
It should. I don't see why it wouldn't. It's no different than any other rice casserole. Why are you making the worried face? He's doing worried face in the background.
Should be good.
So there's two ways to do it. We can go raw rice kernels, make sure we have enough liquid for it to cook through. The rice should cook within the half an hour, I would say. I don't see why it wouldn't. Or you par cook the rice, mix it in, and basically have everything hot. But at that rate, I would also blanch the broccoli so that we just have to heat everything through and brown the cheese, which is what Bonk said that he often does. Okay, if I search, chicken broccoli rice casserole, what am I gonna find here? Des would do option 2, so a cup of long grain rice. I'm just scrolling through. Yeah. Mix stock, milk, seasonings in medium bowl with the wire whisk. Slowly pour over the chicken and rice in the casserole, cover with foil, and bake until it's all cooked through. Sweet. Okay, I need to take one more quick bathroom break. I think it's the coffee finishing on up. I will be right back, and then we'll get these casseroles in. Hold tight. Okay, I'm back. So I'm thinking if we do a cup of rice kernels raw, measured out, and do half a cup of rice kernel per casserole, that will definitely cook in half an hour. Or we could go up to 40 minutes. I just spilled rice everywhere, but it's okay. Whew. Big container. And then all I'm gonna do is I think just pour in some liquid to cover everything. Oh, iced coffee, Torino, an afternoon icer. Those are always my fave, but very dangerous as well. Big gulp of water, that's me. Okay, let's do the chicken first. Also, there's good juices on the pan from the chicken, so let's hold on to all of that. So I did the parchment just so we could gather up each corner and just go for a really easy pour. This goodness will definitely help cook the rice. Next one. Push that down. Salted caramel is life. So yummy. Break up our little par cooked or par roasted chicken bitties. Look at the color of the curry, how it starts to color everything in the casserole, which is so, so good. Yum. Ew, that sounds not good, Orca. It's more like sugar-coated oranges instead of a milkshake. Does not sound like a tasty orange milkshake. All right, so I do know that when we cook rice from the kernel, we have to double the amount of liquid to the dry kernel. So if I do half a cup of rice kernel in each casserole, that means I have to add about a cup's worth of broth. And the other liquid, we can say that's part of it to get the rice cooked through, right? Otherwise it'll stay too dry and we'll end up with crunchy rice in the casserole, which is a no-go. Hello, Butt, as well as hello, Titan. How are you doing today, friends? I'm gonna pop this open a bit more. It's hot, hot, hot. You missed all the good stuff, yeah. You missed jerky, Sharon. We baked our cake already, and now we're just getting ready with the casserole. So I'm gonna take out 2 cups worth of the broth just from the chicken broth pot on the stove. We'll distribute that into each thing. And this is just us switching out the rice for the hash browns. So hash browns, we know that, well, potatoes have some wetness to them on their own, right? So the hash browns would cook through no problem. But without adding any extra liquid, the rice definitely would not. . And then the other thing I was also thinking about is the broccoli is still raw. So that's gonna let some liquid out as well when it starts to cook. So I'm gonna go just under a cup of liquid for all of this. And I think all I'm gonna do, guys, now that this is mixed pretty nice and evenly, I was just gonna sprinkle the rice over and then pour the broth over, and then the cream and the cream cheese. Just making sure this is really nicely mixed before we do that. So spread it all out into the even layer that you would want to see. Really trying to make sure that it's a good mix of the broccoli and chicken in each part of the pan, because you're not going to be able to see underneath once we layer the cheese on top. Do one more small mix here to get everything coated of the curry. Nice. And yeah, the pans look like there's an even distribution of everything in them too. Just gonna put that spoon there. So our 1 cup of rice. So basically we're treating this like a rice pilaf almost, because that's how you cook rice pilaf, is in the oven. So that's that 1/2 cup. Yeah, that's not going to be too much.
This enough. Four people, that's a 1/4 cup per person.
Like cooked, you're saying?
Yeah.
To me, that seems like it'd be enough. I don't know. I don't want to take away from anything. Like, here's an example of the hash browns for the recipe. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one here. So there's 630 grams of hash browns in a pan. You chipped your tooth on crunchy rice a few weeks ago? Oh no. What? They spilled uncooked rice on the counter earlier and it made it its way into a sandwich you ordered? What the heck? Okay, Sam's saying that he doesn't think this is enough, but I think it's more than enough. Should I do an extra 1/2 cup and distribute that, like an extra 1/4 cup in each pan?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
600 grams of potato is, you only have 250 grams of water currently. Or, yeah, that would be,
We don't have to worry about the rice sitting on top, because as long as we foil this nice and tight, it will get steamed and submerged. And then we also just have to top it with this cream cheese and whipping cream mixture. All Matty says is just put dollops around the tray with this. I think that's it. Yeah. blob it over the top of the dish before topping with the grated cheese. The casserole looks good so far, hey? So yeah, I gotta just distribute this pretty nice and evenly. Let's start our blobs. The creaminess is gonna go really good with the curry flavor. And then because it's also a mixture of whipping cream and cream cheese, kind of gives some substance to the casserole as well. Make it nice and saucy. Yum. Tasty goodness. You think it'll have enough salt, Merlion? So I think we're gonna do a small sprinkle of salt over all of this right now before we put the cheese. What we've seasoned so far was the chicken. So definitely add some more. The broccoli was raw. We could have added a bit of salt to the onions and curry as they cooked, but I wasn't sure that we'd be able to distribute that seasoning very evenly. So that's why I always wait till the end, and it's just as simple as going for a complete sprinkle over the top, and then as it cooks, that salt will kind of soak down due to gravity. And season the rest of the bits. Just gotta top up this crock. We were out of salt for a second, momentarily. We can always add more salt after the casserole's been cooked, but we can't take it out at the end once it's done. So that's another thing to keep in mind. I'm gonna add one more small bit of stock to the right-hand pot. Just look like there's a touch less in this one for some reason. And now it's cheesy time. The moment we've all been waiting for. I was also gonna say, if you're scared that it's not gonna bake through, you can save the cheese, wrap this up nice and tight with the foil, and get it like steamed up so that the rice is done, and then you can just finish with the cheese under the broiler if you wanted to do it that way. That's another option. I think we'll be A-okay. I'm not scared. Saturn's Child, thank you for the follow. Yeah, challenge accepted. Hold my beer. seasoning or seasoned salt, yay or nay? So we sometimes use Tony Chachere's, which is like a Creole or Cajun American seasoned sort of salt. I grew up using Lowry's though. Lowry's. I don't often use it anymore though. Like I said, is sometimes we use Tony's, that's it though. Otherwise, just kosher salt. This is looking insane. Orca was calling me out on my uneven number of blobs. No. Yeah, for OCD purposes, Kate. Not quite good enough. I think we're good. I think we're all sealed in. There we go. And now I'm just gonna tear some foil. 3 o'clock now. Okay, I'm gonna get one of these into the oven. I'm gonna go do 375 Fahrenheit. Hold your eardrums. Watch the volume as I tear this foil. It could be loud for headphone users. Good one, Niche. You can just make a big batch of your own seasoned salt and it'll last a long time and be way cheaper. I love that. One. Still got one more. One at a time. So one final look-see. Yeah, baby. 100 meters of tinfoil. That's a big hat. Very large tin hat. Okay, I got more than enough foil that I could ever possibly need here. Fold everything up just like that so the steam gets trapped inside and cooks everything through. You need to cook the rice and the broccoli. The chicken's par cooked. Packing up the other can, and then this baby's going in. The oven's still really hot from when we just roasted the chicken, so I'm gonna pop this in and we'll let it go for half an hour without peeking, because I know that if we peek, it'll let the steam out. I don't want to take the time to rebuild it up if the rice isn't fully cooked. Yeah, we'll do half an hour at 375. And then if we have to finish it off under the broiler, just to brown up the cheese, we can. Okay, so we're just finishing before this with our garnishes. So sliced scallions and chopped cilantro. So that's in the fridge. We have a couple limes here that I'll just rinse. And then we'll get little wedges of those for the garnish. Try an air-powered impact wrench right beside a lapel mic. Holy, who's doing that, Palooza? Let's get limey. And yeah, I was saying earlier that these limes will help cut through the richness of the casserole. So first things first, just cut off the ends. And then we're gonna go in half. And then how did I cut these last time? I think I just cut it into quarters. So go in half again. And then back over this way. And I don't think we'll need more than one of those little pieces to season the dish. It's actually quite surprising. And then I always find that they're really nice to hold on to on those two corners, and you get a good amount of juice out. Didn't even need that one. So that's complete. We can cross that one off. And now maybe it's cake time. Is it time to glaze the cake? Hello. She's definitely settled on back down into the dish. But yeah, even the sides look good. And hi, Blue Feather. Yeah, I love you all just because I can, so meh. I like it. Demon Machine. Oh yes, we've watched him before. Okay, so cake shouldn't be stuck in there. I would love to be able to cut it up as well. So I'm gonna pop it out onto a cutting board. And then maybe we'll do like individual glaze of the pieces. That could be nice. Should fit on there. Yeah. I'm gonna try and get it out with just a spatula or two. We floured and buttered the sides of the pan. The first thing I'll do though is just run my knife along the outside where sneaky blueberries touch the edge, because those will stick. Those sneaky blueberries. And then honestly, I was almost thinking of just going for the flip onto my hand and then back out. Yeah. Oh man, that was way too easy. Blueberries are always so sneaky. Oh, I saw I trimmed up a bit of the edge with my knife. Guess I gotta eat it. Mmm. Good flavor. Not too sweet. Yeah, glass is so nice. Sometimes. Okay, didn't dirty that spatula, so that's complete. Rinse our paring knife. And yes, traditionally this recipe is done with blackberries, but where we live, we can forage them for free, so I cannot buy blackberries. Just can't happen. Let's grab a serrated knife. I like to use that when we're cutting cakes. Am I just cutting this into 4 or 6?
How many pieces do you need?
I only need 2. I only need 2.
6 or 8?
I think I'll do it into 6. I'll go one slice down the center and then 3 across will be a nice size. And yeah, we use serrated knife because we literally want to saw back and forth. Does that look like half? Looks like half. Ready? Holy. Holy. That's where the 3 cups of blueberries went. But look at the sponge. And yeah, the smell. I love the crust as well. Okay, so now I'm gonna turn it back this way. Yeah, no skimping on the berries in that one, that's for sure. Do that and that, yep. This piece is massive. That's Sammy's bit. Yeah, that's Matty. That's what he said, Lauren, at the end of this recipe. So here, let's have a little show off now that we're done. So that's how his turned out. So I would say ours looks very similar, just we have blueberry instead of blackberry. Oh, it must have been on the recipe that I linked then. He said, yeah, this is such a good cake to just like eat and have with tea with your grandparents. So cute. He said it's really good with whipped cream too. Okay, I'm just gonna get a bowl out, or maybe even a plate. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do first. We're just gonna separate all of the pieces a bit on the board so that the glaze can go in between. It's still a bit warm in the middle, but that's all right. That's gonna help cool it off as well, separating it and letting the steam escape. We got our lemon poppy seed glaze that we made earlier in the stream. So simply 1 or half a lemon zested and juiced, a tablespoon of poppy seeds, and let's say probably close to a cup or so of icing sugar. So just give that a stir so it's nice and smooth, and then we just slowly pour over top. Yeah, he used a round pan, but I used a square one because I don't really have much for round baking pans. And yeah, I'm just doing a bit of that at a time because I don't really know how it's going to behave at first. I think I have to use the whisk, yeah, to distribute it a bit. Let gravity work its magic. And then the poppy seeds are gonna add a really interesting, like, little crunch on the cake too. Get a bit more on this one. Just let it run down the sides. And we'll let that soak in for a few moments. That looks deadly. Totally made a mess too. It was fun though. It was worth it. It's not running off of the board though, so that's a good thing. And yeah, if I just have a little scoop of this. Mmm. It's like sour and sweet. Most of the poppy seeds, yeah, just a sacrifice to the food gods. Cream cheese. I do have a bit of our like vanilla buttercream in the fridge. That would be good for sure. Okay, wiped up the mess. Oh my God. Let's get just a plate, I think. Small plate for us. And then just a couple containers for the peeps. Maybe just one deep one. So I'm thinking we'll give maybe those 2 corner pieces. Put it cut side down so it stays really nice and moist. I want this corner piece. And then we got 3 pieces left. Ah! That one got an extra dip in the glaze. For good measure. Me walking around, I'm just staring at the cake. I can't help it. Can't help it, Lauren. It's talking to me. Let's post it up back here so I don't have to keep looking at it. Yum. Okay, friends. I don't have a phone or anything, so I will grab one to take a photo with. Thank you. We need a photo of this masterpiece. Nom. I leave this room and Sammy's here. Guaranteed, Cookie says. Okay, let's go for the break open. The way the glaze is just like dropping down into it. There is no skimping on berries in this coffee cake. This could even pass for breakfast, I think. I love the little poppy seed crunch. So there was lemon zest in the cake, but we left all of the lemon flavor for the outside, and I love that. Because when you get a big bite of the middle part, it's just straight up blueberry in your face. Thank you very much, Cookie, for the 1,800 biddies. Holy smokes. I think this is a must make. Also think I want to try it with strawberries, maybe. It's not too sweet. There's also no butter in the recipe either. It's really good. I like how fluffy it is. Like it's moist and fluffy, but not dense. Mixed summer berries would be delish for sure, Orca. That's really, really yummy. I'm happy I chose to do that recipe today. I can just imagine how good it is with blackberries too. Yeah, Merlion. In America, a coffee cake is something you eat with coffee, but a birthday cake is just a flavor. Europeans straight up confused. Well, that's like, I read an article the other day, and it's like, what is the flavor of vanilla? Like, we just know that vanilla tastes like vanilla, but what does it actually taste like? It's probably one of the most complex flavors in the world, they said. Yeah, birthday cake flavored ice cream. Okay. So we obviously and most definitely need to be plating this in a rimmed dish or just go straight for a bowl, which I think is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get the bowl out and ready to go for when our casserole comes out of the oven. And remember, we still have to let it sit. So in this time that we're gonna be waiting together, we're gonna do a little bit of prep ahead of time for tomorrow. Let's mix up some sourdough ciabatta, because Goldilocks is all happy. Look at her, she's starting to sploot over this container too. So yeah, we'll mix up our bread dough for tomorrow for our smoked pork on a bun. Pulled pork sandwich, but the best possible one. And this recipe that I'm looking up right now, it's in our Discord. It's sourdough ciabatta from King Arthur Baking. So usually I just search either sourdough or ciabatta in the top right-hand corner. It's one of my favorite recipes. So sourdough ciabatta sandwich rolls. I'll copy paste it into chat for you. Oh, I didn't mean to switch that. I just ended up clicking on that on my OBS. Okay, here you go, friends. So that's what we're gonna be making up next. I'm only gonna do a 1x batch because we'll get 8 buns out of it, and that's more than enough. And then once we have the dough made up, it'll proof slowly overnight in the fridge, and that's how you get, number 1, better flavor in your bread, and number 2, more structure when it comes to baking the next day. So all good things if you can just think ahead of time a little bit and make your dough the day before. So let's get our mixer out and together. It's a really, really simple recipe. I also like it because there's no sugar in it, which is a rare thing for bread recipes, to not have any sugar added. So I'm setting up the mixer with the dough hook. Vanilla has no taste at all, Paloozer says. It's a smell, and the pleasant sensation is coming not from your mouth, but from the nose. Through the passageway between the back of the mouth and the back of the nose. What? That's crazy then. The more you know. We also need a scale to measure out the flour by weight. Vanilla products there are usually taste and chemical. They might be the artificial variety, so definitely watch for that on the label. Okay, so we need, first things first going into here is lukewarm water as well as lukewarm milk. A little bit of yeast, so 2 teaspoons of instant yeast, and then we add our 1 cup of fed ripe starter, which will do everything by weight. So let's start with the milk, and then I'll just set up Chef Mike to get it heated through properly. Reset up Chef Mike's station after Sammy, man, was at the slicing station. Oh, yeah, I know. Milk, yeast. Is there a bit of olive oil? We also have 9 minutes on the casserole, my wonderful people. Money 2021, please. Thanks for the follow. Okay, everything in grams. So 170 grams of lukewarm milk. So I usually do like 30-second increments. Until it's just warm. anytime we add dairy to bread, that's what makes it soft on the inside, whether it's milk or butter or even eggs. Do 2 teaspoons of yeast into there, into the bottom of the bowl. Don't need to sugar to feed the yeast. Not for this recipe, Merlion. The lactose might work. I'm not really too sure why this recipe is the way it is. You made butter paneer? Yummy. Yeah, that would be good leftovers for sure, hey? Give the milk a little stir. It's almost there though. I'll do another 20 seconds. Should be lots. And then we'll run our lukewarm water. And we'll wake that yeast up. So next up, 283 grams of lukewarm water. If you want a specific temperature, it should be around 95 degrees Fahrenheit. 95 Fahrenheit. And if you don't have a thermometer, well, the water should feel neither hot nor cold. I am using a scale, yeah. If I switch up this view, you can just see the side of it where I'm working, because it doesn't quite fit on the board with the mixer, sadly. Hi, Wilson. Like I say every single time someone says I'm late, better late than never. Are you having a good day so far at least? Okay, now that gets poured into here. We got our yeast done already, so that's done and done. And now we measure out the sourdough. So actually I'm gonna take that container back from the milk. You got your cookbook from Amazon, and we're working on a new one today as well. Did you look through it yet? That's the homegrown one. Yeah, if the water's too hot, you'll kill the yeast, and if it's too cold, it will not wake up. For science, friends. Just thumbed through it, awesome. There's so many good recipes in there with photos too. Okay, 225 grams of our fed sourdough. And how we know that the sourdough is fed, I know that mine is good to use, so I'm not scared, but an easy way to test it is just to pour a little bit of cold water or cool water into a cup and pour a bit of your starter in. If it floats, you're good to go. This scale, I would not even recommend to you guys. I think the brand Taylor is one of the best ones as far as food scales go. Okay, we used a good amount of that. I thought we were gonna use a bit more, but that's okay. So there's our starter. I'm just gonna grab a spatula. What do y'all think about Matty Matheson? Is he legit? Yes. we know his history and his background because we read through this book a few weeks back. We did a full read through. So yeah, we learned a lot about where he's come from, his experiences. I think he's legit. He's got a pretty crazy personality. And yeah, you would never guess that he's actually completely sober. All right, so we got our sourdough, lukewarm water and milk, as well as yeast in here. Let's just give this a quick little mix up. And yes, Black Lives Matter. So today we have six pieces of casserole going out the door and 2 pieces of the coffee cake. Nice quiet weekend, actually. We're taking it in because yeah, last weekend was so crazy in the best way possible. But yeah, we're just trying to mix in our sourdough starter with the liquids and the yeast before we add anything else here. Food for friends, food for friends. Every day we cook, we make food for friends. That's my little song that I made, Trino. That's the jingle. And then we just gotta get some olive oil. If they come early, are they still friends? They are, but they get sent away and then they can come back. Okay, let's turn this off for now. Shomermal, what do they have to say today? This stream is the Bob Ross version of cooking. The moment she puts pineapple on pizza, you think, the hell are you doing? When in reality, it's pizza she adds to some pineapple and suddenly life is good. I love it. Okay, flour. They give you a varied amount, so 723 grams to 844. I usually go with the lower amount just because it's super humid here. So I'll start with 723, but we can go up to 844 grams. And that's just all-purpose flour. And then the last 2 ingredients, just a bit of olive oil and salt. And this will take about 10 minutes to mix through where we develop the gluten enough. Excuse me, welcome back, Des. When your own saliva chokes you. And the casserole is in the oven. She's baking and we're gonna take a peek in a little bit. Holy, I'm just gonna have enough room in this container for all the flour we need. And the coffee cake is done. We actually just tasted it before you popped in, Wilson. So I'll give you a peek in a sec here. There's our 723 grams of flour. We can measure our salt out as well. So 18 grams or a tablespoon. Torino, yeah, she burnt it. So she's got to start over. Wilson doesn't even believe you when you say that. I love that. 18 grams is way more than a tablespoon. That's like 2 tablespoons. Which one do we listen to then? Who's lying here? Is the tablespoon lying or is the scale lying? Oh my gosh, the timer's going off and Sammy needs me. Yeah. Okay, so casserole timer's going off. I gotta check it out. Yeah, literally when you knocked on the door, I was like, ah! Everyone needs Kate at once. So that's the half an hour mark. I don't.
Hi.
Oh, baby, she's bubbling on up, but she needs a little bit longer still. The rice is definitely getting cooked through, though. That's what I wanted to make sure of. Just gonna go another 5 minutes with the cover on, and then we'll take that off. Man, bear, pig. Okay, let's start this up. And then before we do the salt, we'll slowly drizzle in our olive oil, a tablespoon of that. And then we add the salt at the end, because a lot of people don't know that salt and yeast are not friends. So salt will basically kill the yeast and inhibit it from actually doing its job of making the dough rise. Usually I start to add the salt once the dough looks shaggy, like that. Just let it get a bit of the barrier with the flour. And there we go. So that's it. Starter, water, milk, oil, salt, flour, yeast. And yeah, it usually looks a bit dense at first, I find, with this ciabatta dough, and then it will loosen up. I think I might add a touch more liquid though. Ciabatta dough is known for being a higher hydration. And with that higher hydration, that's how you get more bubbles. Bubbles! Let's do that. We'll let it marry on up. Do a little bit of scraping. Okay, so who wanted, here you go, Wilson. Here's a little sneak peek at our bite of coffee cake that we had. So good. Ciabatta tends to loosen after the second rise, yeah. Yep, that's why I do the nice slow cold proof in the fridge. It turns out so much better this way. And hi Zucker's Bagels, I hope you're doing well today. We need to come closer. Yeah, we did. Really wet for a bread dough. It's a sourdough ciabatta, Zuckers. And yeah, we were just commenting on the hydration of ciabatta is quite high. And then I find, especially if you're gonna add a sourdough to it, we literally just started mixing it too, so haven't really developed any gluten yet. And this is not the first time me doing this recipe either. We've done it many, many times before on stream, and I absolutely love it. It's from King Arthur Baking. You love making focaccia, Torino? Don't need to worry about form with it. Yeah, just let it plop. We are doing buns. So this is the dough for our pulled pork buns tomorrow, is we're doing a smoked pork shoulder. So Sammy will be on really nice and early to start the stream, getting that pork on the big green egg, smoking away. We'll do our fresh ciabatta buns, tangy apple coleslaw to go with it, as well as a homemade barbecue sauce. And then dessert tomorrow is banoffee pie. Banoffee pie in a jar. starting to look better. Okay, we got a couple moments on our casserole again that we're waiting for, and then I think I'll be taking the foil off of the top and letting it start to brown up. And by moments, I mean seconds. That's a heavy pan. When I only make a single batch of dough in this thing, it always seems like there's nothing in it. Because we're typically making like 3 to 6 times batches for the weekend. To see how the gluten is forming. All right, I'm just gonna stick a fork in to test this rice before I take the foil off. It's very close. And this is our pan anyways. All I'll do is basically submerge any pieces of rice that are stuck on top. Take the foil off, let it go a little bit longer. But oh my God, the flavor is really good, guys. Okay, so I accidentally turned the oven off. 375. I'll give you a quick peek of how it looks right now too. So the initial stage, that's how she's looking. So the rice basically all stayed submerged and got steamed through. Now I'm gonna pop it up to the higher rack and let it go for, let's say about 10 minutes, maybe not even. And then the last thing before it comes out, this looks really funny right now, is it's just gotta sit and rest a few moments before we cut in and serve it, because it'll be pretty goopy coming right out of the oven first thing. Let the cheeses meld back together. We're getting there on this. I'm gonna turn it up a bit more. Start peeking at our gluten strands. Getting close. Holy, when you lived with your parents, had to cycle near the backside of a bakery. Now you live close to another one, a Turkish bakery, Orca. Smells are not fair, too delish. I can imagine. The Turkish bakery, they probably use lots of fruits and nuts. Yummies. You miss the old bakeries, Trainer? There's none left up there? What's everyone waiting for? Or is it just too expensive to really start your own thing where you are at? By the sounds of it, is ingredients and everything are quite expensive to get up in northern Canada. They make their own baklava twice a week? Heck yeah, Orca. Have you tried it yet? Or can you not eat any of that stuff? Same with you, Merlion. That's why you started just baking your own bread. Yeah, that's exactly why I started doing it as well. Holy, did you see the stretch of that just now? We're getting there. Biggest issue up there is the space. You'd have to build your own place. And then, yeah, the rent is so expensive too. I don't think it pays off leasing or renting a spot, right? You want to own wherever you have your food business. Oh, baby. Yeah, that sounds so good, Orca. Before you got diabetes, you'd pick up a whole case of baklava. Once a month, loaded with honey and sugar and nuts. So, so good. Having a peek. Oh, it's bubbling, starting to brown up, I would say. Seen so many old and new restaurants close because of the rent being up on them. Yep, same thing that's happening here, Cookie. It's like these establishments have been around for years, and then the landlord raises the rent to the point where they can't even afford to be in the space anymore. It's like, well, I guess that's gone away now. It's really sad. Like, the one thing that Sam and I always talk about is like, yes, the real estate has totally gone up, but it's not gone up the same with wages, so it doesn't really make sense. It's like eventually it's gonna crash and then you're all gonna be in heck, I feel. Sounds good, Dust. I think you'll be back in time. We got another like 15 minutes or so because the casserole has to rest too. The torture, as always. Turkish pizza eaten like a burrito. I'm into it. All right, we're almost there with mixing our ciabatta dough. You can see that it's starting to create a little window there in the corner. Nom, nom, nom. And that is the last thing crossed off the list was the dough. That dough. What do we got for time right now? 3:45. I got lots of time. For a second, I don't know why, but in my mind, I told myself 4:45, and I'm like, I'm behind. But I'm like, no, I'm way ahead. Yeah, that's why we bought wraps not too long ago, Cookie, is because I had a hankering for the breakfast burritos that we made on stream. So quick and easy. That's looking pretty good, hey Wilson? Yeah, we're sending out six casserole plates tonight. Yeah, that looks so good, Orca. Really, really good. Scrapey, scrape. Having another peek. Okay, I'm gonna switch to broil. That should only take a few moments. And then I'll get our trivet set up over here. And pretty much this bread's gonna finish. Casserole's gonna come out. It'll rest up a few moments. And then away we go. If I have to though, I'll just move the mixer over here. The only one thing that I thought about for the casserole with adding rice instead of the hash browns is you want to be sure that in the time that the rice takes to cook, your broccoli doesn't go mush on you, right? You still want those textures throughout. And I think the size that we cut everything was perfect today. Almost at the window test stage. Turn it up just a touch higher. And then all I do for proofing in the fridge is just wrap it nice and tight with plastic. And then it doesn't dry out. Almost there. Holy heck. Hello, Madame Rainbow Pants. 2-person raid, thank you very much for that. How is your Friday going? Thank you for sharing your crew with us. Always good to see you in here. We're done with the dough. It's looking smooth. The gluten is looking nice and strong. Gonna turn that off a moment. Like I said, I'm just gonna move it over, kind of prep this area for the casserole, but we can keep the mixer going if we want. There's this. Y'all ready? Ours is not gonna be burnt looking. It's gonna be absolutely amazing looking, is what it is. Yes. And thank you to my real life mom. Mamacita drinks wine. Let's say 17 months in a row. Amazing. Thank you, Mom. Appreciate you. Thank you for being part of the kitchen crew. And I guess we could also say, guys, she's the main person that kind of got me cooking, probably. We always cooked together when I was younger. This is the broccoli chicken cheesy curry casserole from another one of our cookbook streams. So today we brought this one back out of the mix. Matty Matheson, a cookbook, his original one. We read through it not too long ago and we cooked 2 recipes from it today. So the first one is our coffee cake. We switched out blueberries instead of blackberries. I got a couple pieces here just chilling that were glazed. So take a peek at that. It turned out so good. Just studded with fruit. So money recipe, very easy. We didn't need a mixer or anything for that one. And then broccoli chicken cheddar curry casserole we made for the people. So that's that part of the book as well. But yeah, his photo looks so dang good. He really cheesed it up. And this is also a menu request from the real Bonkman. one of our mods, is he saved up 75,000 pots and pans points watching the stream to get me to make him a cheesy chicken and rice casserole. So I thought it would be fun to cook out of a book again. And then if you guys want to pick up that book for yourself, it is half off right now on Amazon. So $18 it is today instead of the $35 that I had to pick it up for. But yeah, really good book. Lots of awesome stories. Mine looks like it belongs there. Cookie, thanks. And thanks, Zucker's Bagels. You like my voice? I'm just gonna keep the dough mixing a little bit more on low. And then, where's a phone for a photo again? I lost it. Don't know where I put Sam's phone. He might have taken it back. But yeah, that's gotta rest out a few moments before we cut into it.
What?
Did you take your phone back? Okay. Oh, thanks as well, Orca. Yeah, so the pan that we used today for our casserole, that's the Lloyd pan. If you can remember back to last weekend, we used these pans to create the Detroit style pizzas in. But they're not just for pizza. We've done, obviously you could see the cheesy curry chicken casserole. We've done lots of sweets as well, cakes, bars, anything like that. Just nothing sticks to it. They're the best. And yeah, a couple people picked them up for themselves. Cookie's thinking about making a big pan of lasagna in it, which we've also done. Very, very good too. And I would say that the pan probably gonna outlast you if you pick one of these up. Yum. Love the way that looks. Yeah, the rice looks awesome in it as well. Cannot wait to give that a scoop. Yeah, that dough is good. Just gonna give it one scrape around and then we'll pack it into the fridge and then we'll go for our plate up. Just gonna turn the mixer off and unplug it. Yeah, is there a backhoe outside of the window? No, that's the mixer with the dough. But good one. We're finishing up the ciabatta dough. You got it, ciabatta. Just like Tupperware, Orca, it should outlast you. Okay, I'm just gonna move this the other way so I can show you the dough as we do it. But yeah, it doesn't look too, excuse me, runny or anything like that once it's done. Looks very lovely. All happy things happening here. We'll just clean off our mixing attachments. And then we put this dough for a nap into the fridge until tomorrow morning. And then typically I take the dough out of the fridge around 9 a.m., so 2 hours before stream starts to let it come back up to temp. And that way we're able to divide it sooner than later and get the buns baked. We don't want to be waiting all day to bake buns. And then what if they don't turn out or something weird happens? That's what I don't like to wait for. Just group this into a loose sort of dough ball if you can. I mean, it's gonna probably fill out the rest of this bowl anyways. Try and get most of the dough stuck on. And now we wrap nice and tight. And it should definitely double in size before we use it tomorrow. So if you open up the fridge tomorrow morning and your dough still looks the same, you might have done something wrong. Because yeah, usually I open the fridge in the morning and it's like almost at the top of the bowl. It's like, whoa. But that's how you know everything's working. It's what you want to see. Perfect fit. Okay, let's get what do we need even here? A serving spoon? A spatula? I don't even know where to start right now. I want to keep lots of the juices in, right? So I'm thinking this big guy should give us a good amount of surface area. And hi, Katniss. How are you today? Welcome in. And maybe I'll just go for this plain spoon as well. Just gonna rinse my hands, they're a bit doughy. Got doughed up. Orca says just dig in, Kate. Dig it in. And we also need our garnish still. So our chopped cilantro and sliced scallion and lime wedges. It smells so yummy. This is what I've waited all day for. And yeah, I'm a casserole lover. I do like casseroles better though when other people make them for me. So there's that, nice fresh herbs. Okay, get our plate nice and close. I think I want to go, what looks better? I think this corner, hey? It's like some of the cream cheese that got browned up. So dig in with your spatula, kind of get it pre-cut. Around the edge as well, even though I don't think it's stuck at all. That seems like a doable size, maybe. Oh, chat's not ready for this. I can one-up myself here. This one's for you, Orca. I have this spatula. So that's more for the grills and doing like smash burgers and stuff. But I do have this one, which kind of feel like it fits it better. But yeah, this is like a weapon. This is from Traeger. We picked it up from our barbecue spot. It's like, boom. All I picture is a movie and someone getting slapped in the face. A smashula, Cookie says. Yeah, that's a straight up weapon. So we butchered the chicken ourselves today. I'm just gonna give this a rinse. I've not used it in a while. So we butchered 2 whole chickens today, Wilson, and we got 4 chicken breasts, boneless, skinless, as well as 4 chicken legs, boneless, skinless. And then we diced up all of that meat and distribute it in the 2 pans. It's like a Sam's portioner. Okay, so with these 2, we should be able to do it. So I'm thinking I'm going this way and then keep everything on it the other way. Pan's still really hot, so careful when you touch it. I like this little bit here, so I don't want it to fall off. Okay, keep it smashed. That lifted out real nice. It's not soupy or anything like that. Hey, I wanted that for garnish. And photo. Yum! Yummy! Okay, I'm just gonna tuck that little guy back in. Got a bit messy. And then wipe the bowl before we garnish. But yeah, the worst is when the casserole is like watery at the bottom, right? So now we're gonna go for a good sprinkle of this. And then we'll just pop we'll just pop our lime wedge just right on top for the photo, and then we'll lime it before we go in for a bite. Oh, we got a message. All is well. Just making sure all of our Food for Friends peeps are good. They were. Okay, going for that photo. Yeah, that looks so good. Do it for the gram. All right, I still got my fork. So we go for the squeeze. I'm not gonna go with this hand because remember we have our little ouchie on our thumb and I don't really feel like lime juicing in there. That seemed like a pretty good amount.
Well, then orders for Friday?
He never. He just said 2 for Saturday. Obviously, he doesn't like whatever this is.
Okay.
Ready? Let's do dessert first. We did it earlier, Trish. We did it earlier. Yum. Trying to see the rice. Got a little bite of everything. Good piece of chicken, broccoli. Totally reminds me of something I ate when I was a kid. It's delish. Really hot. But so delicious, you guys. I'm not even just saying that. The chicken's not dry. The broccoli's not mushy. The rice is perfectly cooked. It's not so much that it's just like curry in your face. You can really taste all the other ingredients still. And like the cream cheese sort of sauce that he made with it is really good.
Yep.
I know it took me a while to make this today because I did the 2 pans kind of differently, but this is a 1-pan wonder. So you could literally build it all in the 1 pan. So the way that he did it was start by, I think it was doing your onions first. So start by sauteing your onions, ginger and garlic, and then you add the chicken to that and just get it seared up.
You can do that all in the razor.
Yeah, you can do it in a nice Dutch oven for sure. And then you add your hash browns, your cream, your curry, and your flavors. Then you top with cheese and you bake it. That's it. It's good, hey? It's not super heavy feeling. The size that we cut everything, I feel, is perfect because it's easy to eat. And yeah, it's not just like a watery mess. You know all the components that you're eating. Stellar Dork as well as Taydor Tots. Nice one. Thanks for the follows. Oh, Matt, how are you? Happy Friday to you. Yeah, secret ingredient here, always onion.
I'm glad you put the extra bit of rice.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't do that, it would be watery.
Yeah. Yeah, the rice that we did instead of the hash browns and that little bit of broth I added could not be more perfect. Mmm. That is super satisfying.
And yeah, we made all this today too.
We're trying a hot honey style of beef jerky. Totally a homemade meal, up to notch, that you would have had as a kid. Like the first bite just brought me back. I don't know where though, Cookie.
Sidekicks. Chicken broccoli and rice.
Oh yeah. Cheddar broccoli sidekicks, the little pasta packages. Mmm.
Like this is actually Uncle Ben's package.
It's also not that greasy, I would say. Just looking about like what's left in here, I don't see this being too bad for you. Like I said, if you couldn't do all the dairy, you could switch some of it out for more broth. But I would just take a lactate. Sam did say Uncle Ben's, yep. Mm-hmm. I don't often crush food on stream like this, so you guys know that if I just keep eating, it's gotta be good. And there is just something about butchering your own chicken, and it stays more moist and juicy. It doesn't get a weird rubbery texture.
This recipe alone is worth the book.
Can you say that a bit louder?
This recipe alone is worth buying that book. That's fantastic.
It's a really good job.
Like that's not really hard or anything.
No.
It's nothing that you wouldn't be able to find at the grocery store.
Nope.
And if you're lazy, you can prep it all up ahead of time and just cook it in like an hour.
Done and done. Sleepy A, thank you for the follow. It is really good. And I love the garnish too. Cilantro, the scallion, the lime. Just adds that little bit of something different. Kind of, you can see how hot it is in here. It's like my top lip. So sweaty. Sammy can't do it.
Tapped out.
That's where he tapped out. Okay, guys. Man, I gotta walk it off for a sec here. Feels so warm inside. It's like a hug. Yeah. Probably a good thing to make on a cooler day as well.
Yes.
It's not, don't make this dish on a hot summer day. It probably won't cool you off. And thank you, Cookie, for posting the link to that cookbook. So if you want to pick one up for yourself, I noticed that they are half price. So I added my Amazon affiliate link if there's anyone who wants to add to their collection. Because yeah, $18 for a hardcover cookbook, that's a steal of a deal. Steal of a deal. And I will also say, if you can't afford the book, here are both of the recipes that we cooked on stream today. And yeah, we are finishing things up. I think I want to try this coffee cake as sort of a palate cleanser, because that's what I had an idea as. Belch of approval for the chef. Thank you. Yep, that works. It's like sweet and sour and fruity. Oh, dust. Okay, here you go, dude. Yeah, you did make it back in time. You know it's good when I crush half of the bowl. Just saying. And then here is how it looked coming out. It's so good, dude. I think you should try making this in your Dutch oven because it is supposed to be a one-pot wonder. But yeah, it turned out not too watery. All of the rice is perfectly cooked. Really, really yum. Heck yeah. Yeah, it turned out very nice. Yeah, we were making our sourdough ciabatta dough for tomorrow's stream, madame, for the smoked pork on a bun. So we'll do fresh sourdough ciabatta buns in the morning. And Katniss, you need to peek at the stove as well before we go. Oh no, stove cam got too hot. Okay, just give it a sec. Also, I gotta add some more liquid to the chicken pot, so that's perfect. Some more cold water. So we got one pot with chicken broth or stock. And then the other pot is beef stock from all of yesterday's Eye of Round trim. Yeah, smoked pork on a bun. We need it all. You're welcome, Dust. Yeah, everyone's got to see that. I would feel bad if you never got to see it. Okay, who are we gonna go raid, friends? We're wrapping stuff up. Another successful day. We're spreading the deliciousness. Do we like pizza again? I see Josh Elkin is having a deep dish and a thin crust pizza day. All of the above.
He's almost finished.
Okay.
He's already sliced them both.
Do we want to go visit a real life food truck? Chef Steve. Looks like they're rolling again on the road. Who else? We got Robin, Chef de Partie, on the front page right now. So we won't go bug him. We'll let him do his thing. Breakfast for dinner. She's already eating it. I'm looking.
Mr. Whiskey's making macarons.
Hey, we can go visit him. He's raising money for the American Heart Association. Let's go visit Mr. Whiskey, a fellow food and drink streamer. Making French macarons, my nemesis. Frosted Flakes for dinner, Trish. Nice one. Yeah, breakfast for dinner. There you go. Just making sure I'm spelling this right. Should be good. We're good. We're readied up. All right, friends. Thanks for hanging out with us all day. Hopefully we inspired you to create some delicious food for yourself, maybe someone else, because sharing is caring too. Like I said, both of the recipes are linked in chat, as well as they're both posted up in Discord for you guys. And if you want to pick up the cookbook, I'll be posting that link in our Discord too, if you ever want it at a later date as well. But yeah, everything turned out so good. Sammy's finishing up his plate, part of the Clean Plate Club now. And hi, Moser.
No.
Other than that, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day.
No,
Stay
don't
healthy.
come here, Moser. Don't
Stay
come
healthy.
here.
Stay safe wherever you are. And we'll be back tomorrow early. Did you say 6 a.m.?
Yeah.
6 a.m. with the Sammy man. I'll probably be getting up around 7, I would say. So Sam's gonna start at 6 a.m. live stream, getting the pork shoulder on the big green egg. Yum. And then I'll start at my usual time, 11. So come and hang out. It's always a good time to chat, because yeah, it's basically one-on-one time. Okay, friends, I'm gonna hit that button. Let's go raise some money with Mr. Whiskey. Love y'all.